Hi everyone, welcome back to yet another edition of the all-important Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup and I'm joined by ZSX. Dan, how's it going, man?
It's going good. It's going good. Another week, getting towards the end of the season. So, that ramps up the pressure on some of these games, particularly when we're looking towards the bottom end of the leaderboard. But it's nice to be here. Only 4 games today. One of them is postponed, but it's going to be a nice week nonetheless.
And on that note, we have the schedules come up real soon, so you get to see the matches just in case you haven't caught it on social media. But last week we were able to see a bunch of matches anyway. And on that note, I guess there's nothing left to do but just go over a few of them. Just a chance to see how people are currently shaping up. Kind of the usual stuff at this point. You know how it is. It's some people are able to step up to the plate a little bit. Some people are able to get some important maps, yada, yada, yada. But starting things off with that Sparty versus Zeneku. What do you think of Sparty right now?
He's definitely getting better week by week. I think he had a bit of a rough start to the season. We've seen some results not go his way, but he's definitely on his day one of the best in the league. Like, he's got all of the right skills, and he's got the experience to go with it. It's just, and I say it almost every time, it's just having that consistency and the presence of mind to sometimes stay in the sets. If things don't go his way, that's when we can kind of see it fall out of the momentum for his point of view. So this was a really good week for him. Zeneku was definitely a tough opponent, somebody who has kind of a methodical playstyle to unsettle someone like Sparty, but to take that away 2-1, I thought was a really big coup for Sparty.
And at the same time, someone like Zeneku just continues to try and reach that next level, I suppose. I know it sounds almost generic to say it, but Zeneku's one of those players that, came into the league and then after a fair old while started to get more comfortable. But we'll be seeing a little bit more of Zeneku today anyway. Razy versus Saigib. Razy, we know how Razy tends to be. He's the first to admit that he himself might not be the most consistent player out there, but when he's having a good day, he looks pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Saigib, he's in this tough position now where just very much bottom of the leaderboard, hasn't even picked up a single series win, rarely actually picks up some map wins, and you have to question where he's at mentally, because it's tough to be in that position when every week goes by and you're struggling more and more and more, kind of snowballing the wrong way, and it's hard to say where he goes from here. Obviously, he's still in it. He'll be at the finals as well, so gets a chance to redeem himself. But it's not a nice feeling going in without any points to your name. So hopefully he can pick some head of steam up before then as well. But going into this one, CNZ on the other hand is someone who's been doing much better. Chain, not so much. We say it week on week again, but he's just struggling. I don't think he really knows what's working for him, and definitely trying some new things. But again, this was another series that just didn't go his way.
The opposite end of that, Dramis. We're able to see Dramis step up to the plate here against Maxter. Maxter, someone that just all really good,
Yeah.
and on all the streams, he scrims with people all the time. If people are streaming Quake, he's probably going to be there. Kind of similar to a Zeneku in that respect. Just happy to play a lot of people and grind as much as he can, and that will obviously bring forward its own string of rewards, I suppose. And Maxter's looking real good. Dramis a little bit on the other end of that, though. He started off so strong and looked really good, but at the moment, it's kind of hard to know what to make of the whole thing. But as you can see in front of you, that was last week's results, week 13. And just a little bit of a preset before we jump into today's action. Now, as you mentioned it, though, one of our matches has had to be postponed. Don't worry about it. That VOD will be on the YouTube, so you'll be able to watch it. It's just not going to get played today. But on that note, let's take a look at the matches that we're actually going to have, Dan. Now, it's Zeneku versus Dramis, first of all. Nosfa versus Chain, CNZ versus Wenger. Always love watching those two go head-to-head. And then Rafa versus Maxter. Now, that one intrigues me a lot too, because Maxter, like I said, he's just very comfortable. So, will he have what it takes to bring it to Rafa? I guess we'll find out in a few hours' time.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, that's obviously a highlight. But also CNZ Wenger's a big one for me. I think Wenger's been a little bit up and down. He's finding a bit more form now, but so is CNZ. And I've been watching a lot of CNZ on the side, outside of the QPL, and he's been putting in some really big performances against everyone. And he's somebody that people like to scrim against because he's damn solid. And so that's an interesting one for me. Looking at the first two, Zeneku obviously wants to get back on momentum. Dramis has been struggling a little bit. Can he take one over Zeneku? I don't know. And then Chain versus... my mind has gone blank now, so I'll skip that one. Chain versus Nosfis, that's an interesting one as well, because they've both been kind of struggling in that mid-era, particularly on Chain side. Nosfis been fairly stable, but he could use a leg up as well. And I guess just to qualify, it has been Avec versus Saigib that's postponed, so that's the one we're not going to be seeing today.
On that note, though, I do believe we'll be taking a look at the leaderboard, so we'll see where people are currently sitting. Obviously, I think there's less to say about the top end, purely because it's kind of expected. Really, when it comes to the cream of the crop, like the Kilson, Rafa, Razy, Avek, Wenger, I mean, yeah, of course they're going to be really good. But we need to talk a little bit more about the lower end of that, right? Which players need to kind of step up a little bit, and who's going to be shaping up a little bit better leading into the all-important finals? Because at the end of the day, the finals is what counts the most. Someone at the bottom of the leaderboard could have an absolute miracle run and make it all the way into top 3 of the finals, and that's what we're going to talk about for the rest of the year. So as long as you're in shape for that tournament, that's the one to look out for.
Exactly, and if you're looking down there as well, you've got Chain versus Nosfer, one of which could actually flip-flop that leaderboard, so that'd be quite a big one as well. But as you say, it's going into the finals, that ranking is going to come even more important. So obviously people want to be picking up the points, not just for that all-important prize money, but going into the finals just to make that road a little bit easier. And we have seen some, really strong performances from people like Chain, tournament specialists. CNZ as well often gets into the later stages, even though it's been only a couple of events. He's done very, very well in all of his finals events. So each kind of placement they can get a leg up on there will definitely make a big impact going into those finals.
And we know Quake players. We know just how much pride comes into play when it comes to results, because it's the nature of 1v1. It's the bread and butter of Quake. It's the personal journey. It's looking at the years and years of experience we've been building up throughout the course of Pro League, and how we truly have had players that have gone kind of here and there. Sometimes a player has had an absolute miracle season and become one of the absolute top in the world to look out for, and then in a few years' time it goes the other way, sometimes vice versa. And it all comes down to that personal progression, and that's why I absolutely love about 1v1 esports in general. However, enough of this intro, because now we're going to jump into our first matchup, which is going to be Dramis versus Xeniku. So we were talking about this a little bit before we even went live here, Dan. And Xeniku, someone that is just playing, and we mentioned the scrims and playing on stream and practicing against all kinds of people. Xeniku's going to have access to a little bit more training partners on a regular basis thanks to that Maestro pickup. It's kind of no coincidence that there's been a lot more matches with Xeniku just scrimming against Razy, the moment that happened.
Yeah.
And then someone like Dramis, I'd like to see Dramis do a bit better, because we literally know he can do it. We've seen it, but in the later stages of this season, he hasn't had the most amazing ride.
No, he hasn't. I think if you actually merge these two players, you actually almost have the perfect Quake player, because you have the stability, kind of the strategy in Xeniku, and then the absolute flair and balls of Dramis. So it's nice to see that. But I think from Dramis' point of view, started off really, really well. If you think back even before this season started, obviously putting some great performances over in the Maestro Iron Fist land. Continued that momentum early on, but then as you can see in 3 and 7 has fallen off. Obviously there's been some 2-1s in there, but we've also seen some 0-3s going against him, and that often comes down just to his high risk play. So he needs to find that middle ground, find a bit more stability in his game. Whereas Xeniku's on the other side of the coin, really, where he often plays better against, I find, kind of the higher end of the leaderboard, the more strategical players. That's why he pulls out what you almost see as surprise results, but it's been consistent in doing it. So he needs to actually find a way to bully his opponents, suffocate them, raise the pressure of his game. And as you say, he's scrimming a lot and trying to refine that play. Obviously very, very dedicated, but he needs to take it to the next level now, really, to move up the leaderboard, because I think he's done well. He's definitely progressed from previous seasons, but he's also where I would expect him to be at this point. And 6 is nothing to smirk at when you look at who's above him. Wenger, Razy, Avek, Rafa, Kilson. He's about where he should be, but can he break into that kind of top 5 layer? He definitely needs to add another dimension to his game.
I think sitting directly under the cream of the crop is still a pretty good place to be, quite rightly said. But I think looking at the picks and bans, excuse me, it still kind of suggests what you were talking about, right? Being able to just keep that pressure on Dramis. We can see the Athena was removed, but Doomslayer's been picked, and that's fantastic, because on Awoken, it just means you haven't got to really worry about any kind of movement execution. We know that Xeniku's really good at using that kind of instant punch burst of speed on the Berserk to get to and from, particularly on the round start, so I'm kind of curious to see how we go. Veil, not much to say about it. It's big bodies going on Veil. You just know how that one's going to go. The Scale Bearer's taken away. Lots of stack. Could be very combat heavy. But then that final map, the Slash was quite rightly removed. That means that there's going to be no access to Slash, where it's by far one of our strongest maps. But then it's going to be the Galena versus the Anarchy. Now, Zeniku's going to have that rather significant mobility advantage, and we know how important good mobility is on Blood Covenant, and Athena's already been taken away, so Slash and Athena, already two of the best champions on that map, are gone, so should be a pretty good final map for Zeniku.
Oh, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Dramis opted for the Galena over the Anarchy for the reasons you cited. We often see him edging towards the speed advantage, but wants to play a bit more stable with the Galena, so let's see what he's got up his sleeve. He might have put up some extra practice to hone that champion down. But over the course of the set, I agree with what you say. Zeniku's obviously gone out to nullify the advantages of Dramis' strengths in terms of his speed in the Athena ban and things like that. Nothing to talk home about. I think the kill pickup on Veil's a little bit interesting. I think that's fallen off of the meta a little bit, and people favouring Isons, even Galena's, that type of champion has been coming back into the pool. So the kill has not been seeing so much. So Zeniku is somebody who favours that playstyle though. Wants to play the items, wants to play a little bit slower and have that stack advantage, just play safer, and that's where Keel can really shine. So I do like it in Zeniku's hands.
Well, it looks like both players have readied up and we're actually loading into Awoken. So thank you everybody for joining us. It's always a pleasure doing these Saturday Quake shows, and it's going to be really sad when we don't have them, you know, because we're reaching the end of the season, so what will we be doing after? Who knows? But it's always a pleasure. And as we now jump into this first map, it's going to be the Battle of Poster Boys, Doomslayer versus the Ranger. I think you and I are kind of in agreement that we favour Zeniku here, but I'd like to see a 2-1, and whether that 2-1 would go to Dramis if he has an absolutely fantastic day, I think that would be, if anything, just a really nice morale boost, because as we said, Zeniku is certainly one of the stronger players that we have currently, sitting just underneath the absolute best of the best. So let's jump into our first map here, and it looks like, spectator-wise, it's going to be that Doom first. And Zeniku getting a start that decides, well, I'm not going to need to immediately pop that Berserk to be where I want to be, because I'm already there. Let's now pick up the important weapons to begin, and then we can start playing some Quake a little bit.
Yeah, hasn't got a rail though, so has to be a little bit trepidatious pushing out, because he knows that Dramis does indeed, but pretty standard start for Awoken. Going to be trading items, probably going to trade once again for the second round as they weed each other out. But actually, Zeniku going a little bit aggressive here. As I say that, Dramis using his orb to go up and does hit the second rail though. Could have been really bad for the American, but instead does get out with his life for now, but misses out on both major items. So that just shows you the mindset Dramis is at. Just wants to always play on the front foot.
It goes into those big plays that we talked about earlier. I was looking at that through Dramis' point of view. He did the opening rail, pushed forward with the orb. Unfortunately, that first rail missed its mark. But there just so happened to be enough stack that had the rail connected. That probably actually would have resulted in a frag. So Dramis, the idea is there, just didn't quite get that execution. Now, the second time the orb comes in, decides to fake it out. Zeniku has no reason to really fear it, so he's going to happily push forward and secure that first frag. And maintaining item control, which, as we all know, unbelievably important. Dramis currently sitting on just an LG. Zeniku knows exactly where he is, I think, so he's happy to suffocate and keep those resources limited. As we push forward now, Dramis is having to play such a slow and careful game, paying very close attention to where he is. Now Zeniku does actually go for a double jump across, and that is going to result in a rather nice little string of LG damage. We know Doom hates one thing. It's definitely going to be that LG. Now the emergency Berserk is going to get popped. I want to get the hell out of here and not deal with whatever Dramis is trying to do. But what comes off the back of that, I wonder? Mega is going to be the next item in play, of which Dramis is in position. So he's taking that, keeping the delay now in between these two major items, looks to push forward, but just does not have the right weapons to do the job. And that's going to mean Zeniku happy to take that, but favors a good position. I like that. It would be so easy to be tempted to jump in and take that heavy, but in this instance, let's try and set up the position first and get some good damage. Dramis pushes up. The question is, how much damage does he take in the meantime? As Zeniku did soak up a fair few of those resources. A lovely little opening rocket, though. That's going to give Dramis a little bit of breathing room, as now Zeniku has to get his resources back together. Oh, that's some fantastic LG from Dramis as well. Looking to get a bit of that cheeky little spawn damage. Perfectly scouts out that double jump. And just like that, Dramis sitting quite happily on this low ground, but it's giving him some absolutely fantastically cheeky rail shots. And the item control continues. Heavy now in position for Dramis. Where are we going to go next? Xenoku rather low on the old armor department, so he's going to have to be very, very careful. However, Dramis with a major push. The emergency berserk comes out again, but stuck in melee. There's absolutely no way Xenoku's going to be able to challenge that item pickup. Can't even get some range damage because of the berserk set time, so... Where we are now, Dramis sitting in that center point of the map. Xenoku has to stabilize, he has to try and do something. These opening shots, really combined with the lack of resources, is hurting him a great deal. Take out on the double jump. Just a quick disclaimer, folks. My commentary partner, I believe, has had some internet trouble, so that's why you're stuck with me right now, but rest assured, as soon as we manage to get ZSX back in, he'll be joining us. And the delay between these two items has been really good for Dramis so far. I mean, you'll just notice he's barely moved around the map. He's happy to keep these important positions, because look, he's able to control that light armor. However, that return damage was not what he wanted. Always keeping it in mind. You know, I've just taken that armor, or at least been able to keep an eye on it. An aggressive push, but one that gets punished heavily by Xenoku. But what is the spawn going to be here? I like that Dramis actually purposefully delayed that respawn too. You might not have caught it on Spectator, but I think he's trying to get extra information. Where is Xenoku going to be right as I've spawned? There's one thing about Awoken. You spawn where there's only one weapon left to go and someone knows it. They're going to bully you for a significant amount of time. Now, without a rail in hand, Dramis can only use this machine gun. So I don't think Xenoku's going to fear it too much. And now, change of the tide. Opening damage is fantastic. Dramis is in big trouble. Get out of there, mate. Oh, wait a minute! A trade! And given those circumstances, a trade was as good as it was going to get. And hang on a minute, I heard something in my ear. Have I got my partner back? Oh, hang on a minute. All right. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. I heard it, but the people at home didn't. Don't you worry. The 5-minute warning has come in. And there really has been a nice delay between these items pretty much the entire time. Where do we go from here? Such a margin. Like, there's really no difference between the current score. Ooh, as I say that, made significantly better. Oh, Dramas with the drop down. Hang on a minute. Oh, dear. Oh, that Berserk's not going to do nothing. That Berserk is not going to do nothing, and Dramis was more than ready for it. Back and forth rail. Xenoku happy to take that, because he can just simply drop down towards heavy. It has been that insane battle of rails in the middle point of this map so far. Hello, hello.
I'm muted.
Okay. Well, we'll just assume that we're back from the brink. Yeah, everyone's live. Welcome back. 4 minutes left to go, mate. It's 3-3. It's been a good match, actually. Oh, the fake out, you cheeky boy.
You can recap me after, but yeah, close scoreline. He's going to get the rail off the spawn as well. Xenoku has to pop the Berserk to get away. Might even get himself a Mega, but decides to get away. He actually comes in from below and he actually hits a double shotgun. Dramis must be frustrated by that. 4-4, 3.5 minutes to go.
There has been such a massive emphasis on the rail all map long, and you can see why. You know, any amount of those rails that would have hit their mark would have totally changed how things were going to go here, but 3 minutes on the clock, there's a lot of potential stuff that can happen throughout the rest of this map, and that orb has been really kind of here and there. Sometimes it's been the key to Dramis securing a cheeky little last-minute frag, and sometimes it's gotten him killed, but it just goes into the big plays that we talked about earlier on, and Xenoku trying so hard to just put a lid on it.
Yeah, that was a really nice use of the orb though, realising that Xenoku doesn't have the LG yet. As long as he doesn't get double railed, which is highly unlikely, is a good use of the orb to steal away the Mega and keep him in a good position. He's actually in the right spot to pressure this heavy, and he will win it, having that great angle on the rail there. Xenoku forced to get away, popping the Berserk once again. Dramis is sticking around, trying to finish off his opponent with the rail. Not going to work because of that greedy play though. He has missed out on this Mega. He's a little bit late and going in aggressively there. It's going to work out somehow. Really shouldn't have, but hey ho, it did work this time.
It's the kind of orb play that purely on paper shouldn't work. I mean, Xenoku was looking directly at it. He knew that Dramus was going to teleport in there.
So, oh, huge rocket though through the grate there. Dramus smacking Xenoku in the teeth. Not long between these two major items, but he is a ranger. Could quite easily get himself across. Xenoku actually going to stick around with the rail this time, hitting 2 and picking up the Mega as well. Perfect state of affairs. Going in aggressively. Dramus trying to hold his ground, and he has resisted the pressure for now.
Absolutely beautiful defensive play there from Dramus. Went into an area where the defensive rockets were going to give him the absolute biggest reward, and reward it was. Xenoku unable to push forward after that. Was marginally close to going the complete opposite way. However, Xenoku able to take this heavy and actually immediately pops that berserk. And I mean, you can see it's the extra little speed boost that the punch gives you that Xenoku just works into his Doomslayer game so efficiently. I think he was one of the first players I really saw experiment with that. Nice. Oh, Dramus caught on the return. He knows he's going to show his face. And some little bonus rail ammo, so he's not even going to have to go out of his way to replenish it.
No, and there's such a long split between the major items now. All Xenoku really needs to do is play a bit of an ABC game. He's connecting nicely with the rail, catching Dramus off guard a number of times, and so long as he continues to do that, Dramus is really early here. He's actually going to go in, trying to steal away the line. Not sure he was aware, or at least aware how early Xenoku was going to be, and that's probably cost him the game. He's going to have to put out something spectacular here to stay in this one. Going in aggressive with the rocket, but yeah, Xenoku does the right thing, doesn't engage. Plays the plus back game, big rockets coming through. Dramus still going forward, but he's only got a rocket to work with, and now he won't even get an item either. Ooh, tough 20 seconds here for the American.
Pushing forward fresh off spawn the way he did, I think if he just didn't have... If he hadn't used that orb earlier on, which just didn't do anything for him. You know, the idea was there, but even if he managed to land it, I don't even think it would have secured him that frag. Having it just the next time he spawned, maybe that push would have been a little bit different. But either way, Xenoku able to stay a little bit more composed and just keep it rolling, taking that first map. But up until those final few minutes, it just could have gone either side. And that's the kind of match that I want to see from Dramus. I want to see even more of that, because it all came down to the confidence. There's always confidence in how Dramus puts forward his game plan. It's just that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. You know, if you don't hit every single one of those shots, if the orb doesn't go exactly where you want it to go, things will kind of slip through your fingers. But Xenoku did such a good job of just keeping up with that real tenacity, I suppose, of Dramus, just sticking to him like glue. And Xenoku, it goes into that composed style where he can keep up with that. So many good shots, man.
Yeah, I missed it. Firstly, apologies. You know, first time in how long we've been doing remote now, 2 and a bit years that this has happened. So it has to happen once. At least it was a short interlude. Well done for keeping up with it. But no, from what I saw and the assessment you made, it's pretty much bang on. Xenoku is just one of those players that has the capability to stay in games, no matter the pressure he's under. Really, really rarely do we ever see him get absolutely rolled, because he's so adept at adapting to his opponents effectively, plays around the items smartly, knows when to push, knows when to retreat, doesn't have the highest highs in terms of just pure skill, but it's just an all-round solid. Whereas Dramus, as you pointed out, you know, he has these moments of magic, but then there are just some moments where that confidence turns into over-aggression. I think the orb into Xenoku's choke point, even though it worked, it really shouldn't do. So that kind of situation is it's just one where he needs to manage his expectations. And then on the other hand, just small chinks maybe in concentration, where Xenoku caught him from below with a double shotgun. Really, really simple frag for Xenoku to pick up that really shouldn't have happened. So if Dramus can begin to eliminate these chinks in his armor, that's when he becomes really scary. But nevertheless, 7-5, really close game. Moving on to Vale now. I'm actually liking what I saw from Dramus in terms of with the Sorlag here. We've seen him actually take maps away, but Xenoku with the kill has the stack and the presence to stay in it. So this is going to be an interesting one.
And it really comes down to those double heavies that makes me feel like we're going to see almost a complete repeat of Awoken, just a different map perhaps, because Dramus has already kind of put those cards on the table to show us that I'm going to be aggressive here. You know, that was the clear game plan of Ranger worked out wonders, because it wasn't about escaping, it wasn't about mobility, it was item play. It was, I'm going to push forward on these items, I'm going to force the control that way. And he played a really solid rail game in that center point of the map for almost the complete 5 minutes. So as we now jump into Vale, I'm curious to see if he's just going to continue to do that, right? Because we know Sorlag's got the speed, she's got the stack, she's got the mobility, which is really important for someone like Dramis. But at the same time, Xenoku is going to have a little bit more utility to just dish out that spam damage, right? Create those choke points, of which it's Veil, there's tons of those. And I think the grenades too, you know, you want to push in so hard. All these pineapples are on the floor and I'm on the item before you are. Who knows how things are going to go, but I can definitely expect that we're probably going to get a rather high frag map here. I just feel it in my bones.
Heavy versus heavy generally favors that, but your point about the kill is right. You know, Xenoku's going to want to play around the choke points more than the Sorlag. He's going to want to keep out of the hit scan zones, keep out of the rail jewels as much as he can, because that will favor Dramis anyway, let alone with this particular champion matchup. So Xenoku will want to try and manage the pace of the game more than Dramis.
Trying to get a little bit of that bonus damage as you know your opponent's going to take an LG. If it's a battle of the heavies, you know that weapon's going to get used, and I mean, ask and you shall receive. That's exactly why. Players of this caliber with aim like this, an LG versus a heavy is almost never going to miss. They're just so big. So you can play those kind of game traps so much more efficiently. However, there goes the heavy. This is what we're talking about. Being able to spawn with that gigantic stack, being in a good position for the items. All you need is one good weapon and you can throw down. That's exactly what Dramis was able to do. And now, not fully out of control. More armor than Xenoku's currently working with. So one opening rail, one good rocket, and bam. You know, that fight can go either way.
Big split between the items. It's definitely very hard to have a full lockdown on Veil anyway, let alone heavy versus heavy. So might not matter too much, but nevertheless, it is something to be aware of. 10 seconds is large. He's actually knocked off it though, so has to take this fight. He goes get back up, but he's pinned up top. If he can get himself away, he'll actually steal himself this mega, but doesn't know the timing. Has to get away, and that's actually painful for Dramis now with no stack to work with. Here comes Xenoku to finally pick up. Oh no.
Why isn't he dead yet, Dan?
Oh, no.
How many times have we heard Sorlag go, ah? I think 10.
That was no.
There it is again. He's still alive. What's going on?
That
No!
is absurd.
What the hell was that sequence, Dan? I can't. And somehow Dramis survives. And actually now has a really good stack to work with. I cannot remember the last time I saw someone that close to death get hit so many times and somehow survived. Beautiful
nice.
rocket as well. Xenoku, this is one of those moments where you kind of just need to, you know, big breath, jump right back in, and this was a disastrous 2 minutes. However, there's still 8 minutes left to go.
Kind of wish my internet had cut out now. That play just killed me inside a little bit to see Dramis survive so long. So frustrating for Xenoku. But as you say, gotta keep it in. There he is, catching him a little bit off guard. She runs straight into the spit, but the shotgun's doing a lot of damage. The pineapples come out, nothing connecting. Xenoku's having a very hard time actually getting any frags. Doesn't really need to force it as much as he's trying to.
Oh, and the perfect rail just before the heavy is taken. And actually, you know, we're sitting there and we're kind of joking about what we saw about a minute ago, but we actually have got to give props to Dramis for just being able to play as slippery as he did. Being able to just play those mega tight angles to just make it as annoying as possible. He's done it even now, you know, since then. And a lovely trap has been sprung. Xenoku goes right into it. Dramis has had an absolutely phenomenal start here.
I mean, that play did wreak a little bit of frustration, so Xenoku needs to settle himself a little bit, and one can definitely empathize as SCP was feeling frustrated at this point in time, but you know, these are some mistakes we would generally see from Xenoku. He's trying to now just do as much damage as he can to force a fight onto the next major item, but with quite a long time before the major item, Dramis has plenty of time to get his stack back up. And now the items are more or less on the same timing. He should be able to pick up one of the majors and be in a pretty good spot.
And now actually Xenoku does have a bit of a decision to make. With the two items being as close as they are, yeah, that was, do we just push forward? Dramis a little bit hesitant to really run in and grab that. Did a good amount of damage. Oh, especially with that rocket. I mean, he's got no LG up until now. He had no rail. So getting 100 damage of a rocket really was as good as it was going to get. And it was enough to force Xenoku to retreat. So not too shabby.
So you saw Xenoku's game plan in the end was just to do as much damage as he can before he died to force it, which is now worked. So the question is, can he now keep control of the items? And the answer is no.
Dramas is going to have to spend a little bit of time just getting those light pickups, and unfortunately not able to survive that encounter. Dramas is going to know full well Xeniku not only got the frag, but the heavy armor there, so he's going to have to be very, very careful now as he's off spawn. Thankfully does have at least a rail that he's able to appear, so a little bit of that hit and run damage, it's all he can ask for given the circumstances. He has a weapon now, but at what cost? The Holy Trinity is good to go, but Zeniku's the one in position, and Zeniku's the one on the items. 10 seconds until the heavy, and that's plenty of time for Zeniku to get something good here. Oh, dearie me. Good that was, Dan.
Yeah, now it's about ABC. Can he not take too much damage in between pickups, maintain control of at least one of the items? See, Dramas is trying to do what Zeniku was doing and just do as much damage as he can. He knows the Mega's up next, he want to be rushing it, he comes flying on through, has the rail this time. He just wants to keep pressure. And this is where Heavy really turned into a bit of a brawl. Just in time for Zeniku and the clean return. But with 5 seconds to go, you bet that Dramas is going to try and get his face into this room. Actually decides against it just a little bit late.
You can tell why the rail has been such a instrumental part of these fights. I mean, it's two champions that can fire a rail and then just release their ability. So the downtime in between shots,
nice.
Oh, that was a really, really nice one. And enough to bring Zeniku back into this fight and then some. And I do fear that maybe Dramas was just trying to strong-arm his way in a little bit too much. I mean, we know that it can work because you spawn with a big stack, you're able to get some damage, but the defensive plays from the person that really is in control. It's been so good either side, and Dramas again falls short, and now he's got to be really careful. If this snowballs now, he's running out of time.
Yeah, and Zeniku's got a good lock on the items. Dramas actually, defensively, doesn't seem to be on top of the rotation. He's been late to some pickups, he's not in the right position for when the next round of spawns is going to come, so that would be my suggestion. You just get back on top of his timings. This time he is there, he does get the pickup, look how much damage he's taken. He's even going to give up a frag just to pick up that heavy. Zeniku has plenty of time to go back and pick up these lights, even potentially keep the pressure onto Dramas.
And the aggressive push works through once more, but we know what the item timings are.
Yeah, he
knows
doesn't
the
mind
item timings, yeah.
He got his rail off, he made sure Dramas was low, which means he spawns fully stacked and goes and gets his item again. It was a great use of his life.
Just one of many resources, isn't it? However, now the push, thankfully, Dramas was at least able to steal that.
Yeah, that's not going to be huge, but it's big enough. It means he should be able to get pressure this Mega now. Zeniku's actually slowed it down, realizing he has missed out on that item. You can see he just needs to hit a rail before he's able to push in. He does, he hits two in fact, and the pineapples as well. Another clean frag, he's low, so he won't even get across, but can he force his spawn in the right area? The answer is no. This time Dramas gets it first.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a trade of items. Dramas, I think, would have been very, very happy with taking both of them, but because of the spawns and everything else just was not meant to be. So Dramas still has to push forward now, but how long can Zeniku survive with this absolutely tiny stack? The shotgun! The positioning was on point, and that one frag alone is going to be quite frustrating for Dramas now, because we have the items about to spawn. If Zeniku is able to get these... Oh, never mind! Hello! Taken by surprise.
The difference for me in the playstyle, the subtle difference is that Zeniku's been just better at positioning, hitting earlier damage.
Oh! Wow! That was absolutely fantastic, Dan.
Insane. But yeah, my point was that Zeniku's been playing the angles better. You can see these rails he's hitting, whereas Dramas is favouring more of an aggressive all-in playstyle. He wants to use the speed, he wants to use the step, he wants to get in Zeniku's face, but that's when it gets really, really messy. Zeniku's doing a great job whistling down Dramas, and that's why a lot of his frags are cleaner, which means he's being able to follow that up with more pressure and build a lead. Whereas Dramas is very much back and forth in his playstyle. He ends up being very low up the frag, because Zeniku gets to clean up frag.
And it has on that absolutely delicious little rocket jump to mess up the rail, and he does the exact same thing again. This by all means will secure him the heavy, and at this point, even if he dies, which he might not because his positioning has just been so phenomenal, that Dramas' likelihood of a comeback just becomes so small. 1 minute left to go, you got to get 4 frags, gonna spawn with a big stack. I do not see it happening. Well done to Zeniku. Those first 2 minutes, Dan, were an absolute disaster. However, turnaround was even better.
Yeah, there was definitely some frustration, and rightly so, but then you could see him realize, well, you know, my opponent's low. If I just keep the pressure on him, can I give one or two frags more? He was confident in his capability to maintain control, and it was just really clean from there on out. As I said, he was playing the angles better. The use of the rail was phenomenal. Constantly keeping the pressure onto Jarmus, was Jarmus just wanting to play fast, aggressive, kind of mid-range game. Zenecu just wasn't having any of that.
Now, we mentioned before during the picks and bans, you said it yourself, Kiel, a champion that we don't see on this map as often as we used to, but it was a nice little reminder how in the hands of someone like Zenecu, who just loves these big bodies, just how much Kiel can do on this map to begin with. How many of those pineapples essentially are what stopped Dramas from being able to just spawn, go in and secure another frag. So many of them hit their mark perfectly, and that's a lot of damage every time on top of the rail, on top of the rocket, the shotgun, whatever it is that you want to use. Zenecu just made it so you want to push forward after I've just, won this fight, then think again. I've got more weaponry than you, and so much of it was dependent on him hitting those grenades. So fantastic stuff there from Zenecu, who is looking real good today. One map left to go, but that was a perfect example. I think both maps, actually, ZSA. Both of these maps have been an example over Zeneku's style of play to adapt and overcome, whereas Dramis, highly, highly aggressive, but it reaches a point where if that no longer works, Zenecu just seems to be playing a little bit of a better game of Quake, right?
Basically, yeah. You can't really fault Dramis for his execution. Mechanically, he's up there with the best. It's just the strategy to go with it, and he needs this. I was going to say he needs a second gear, but he needs a first, second, third, and fourth gear. He just needs to get out of fifth gear a lot of the time because it is full frontal attack with Dramis, and when it works, it looks spectacular. But when it doesn't work, you can see him getting controlled. And as you said, you can see Zenecu adapting to what Dramis wants to do, and it felt very controlled. Obviously, he slipped up at the start, and there was some unfortunate errors there. But when he had the map, it didn't feel that he was hugely pressured. There was obviously some moments of tenseness there, some amazing execution from Zenecu as well, but you could see the game plan come into fruition, and Dramis needs to change it up a little bit more.
I think you could describe it with nothing I can't handle. That really is what I think of. The amount of times on that map that Dramis had done some decent damage and then decides to just push really, really hard. Kind of right when Zenecu started to equalize because there was a lot of frags to work with. When you have a lot of breathing space, I think that often will encourage someone to try that heavy refrag gameplay because it's, hey, I mean, I can give up a few frags here and there. And then very quickly it became 6-6 because Zenecu was just able to say, you're going to push forward, that's totally fine. I know you're going to do it, and I'm confident in both my positioning and my aim. So let's just handle this real quick, take the lead, and then start doing what I want to do best. Now, Blood Covenant, this is where things do get a little bit different. So Dramis being able to get at least one map win here, naturally it's going to be better than nothing. But I'm just thinking that we had some similar champions, right, across those first two maps. There was medium versus medium, then it was heavy versus heavy. They were able to approach a lot of situations in a similar fashion. It just came down to strategy, and that's what led Zenecu to taking both of those wins. Now on this map, it's going to be light and fast versus medium with really no mobility options besides like nail jumps and rocket jumps. So I'm almost wondering if just this natural difference with the champion archetypes is going to cause Dramis to just naturally play slower because his champion's not built to do what he would normally want to do.
He's gone out of his way to pick this. There was other champions. He could have picked the Anarchy. He could have picked the Nyx even. That was still in the pool. But he's decided for the Galena. So one would think he has a particular plan to utilize this champion. He's a very, very good champion on this particular map. But as you say, it does force you into a different mindset, a different strategy, because you don't have the same capabilities anymore. And often we credit Dramis to being able to execute those particular fast champions at a high level. But now he's in a different zone, as you say, and he's forced to change it up. And I think that could be a good thing. So
as we start looking at things through Zeneku's point of view, I'll be checking Dramas just to kind of see what his start is going to be. And already, one of those cheeky little totems through the jump pad. So I'm actually very curious to see how that's going to work out. However, opening things off strong here, and Dramis just listening out for where Zeneku's going to be. One thing we know about Anarchy, bit of a noisy lad, isn't he?
He is, but he's also fast and has a very powerful inject to go with him. Lovely opening rail as well. He sees the timing here. It's just either one connecting. Dramis hitting 2. Sorry, Zenecu hitting 2 to Dramis' 0 and a third. This is not a good look for Dramis. 0 from 7, there's the first, but how long is he going to last? Not a long time, and the engine isn't even popped. Once he does spawn over by that Mega, that's a painful start, and he doesn't even get it.
And the kind of start that is no doubt going to frustrate. And hopefully he can keep himself together. And unfortunately, Dramis, you wouldn't have seen that, but he missed the rocket jump towards Rail. So I do worry that Dramis is a little bit bothered before this map has even begun. And Xenoku has the perfect recipe, I think, to keep this pressure on and to be very, very overwhelming.
That rocket was big, it has stalled the aggression from Xenoku. He's had to forfeit that Mega, but knowing that Dramis doesn't have a rail, he has that as an option here to try and defend that space. Actually just forfeits both major items here, respecting Dramis, and hasn't given up the rail yet, but has just vacated the vicinity.
We're just looking at how Xenoku's approaching it so far. I've got all the weapons. I just play the game of, angles, I was going to say, before he ate that one in the backside. And really can't hang around too long. The injection is going to get popped, and Dramis no doubt heard where he's going to be in the catacombs, but apparently Dramis able to keep a little bit more of these items maybe. The opening rail's good, Dramis jumps down and just stops the bleeding immediately with more armor. Xenoku, a very reserved and careful gameplay so far. Removing the totems, loving that choice. Always prioritizing that, gotta do it.
Yeah, Xenoku, and it's not massively unfamiliar with Anarchies in general. Just quite happy to play off his basic stack, play off the lights and use the inject as the extra health and armor when he needs it. But if Dramis begins connecting more rails, that's when that strategy does become quite risky. Would like to see Xenoku putting a bit more pressure, even defensively, onto these major items. At the moment he's quite confident just to play around the air control, the speed of the Anarchy, and maintain positioning over Dramis.
There's that immediate inject. It's going to just stabilize that one rail that he took, and actually Dramis, God, does he even use the jump pad? No! The forbidden fruit, Dan! The forbidden fruit! Xenoku left it to say, go on mate, take it. I know you want it.
For 1 second he couldn't go up, and he gets smacked in the face. He does get a frag there. They go into a bit of a shotgun brawl, but that is painful. Brings it back for 2-1. They have to reset. I'm
trying to think of a 1v1 with the same weapon even more uncomfortable than the super shotgun. I don't think I can really think of it. That's the amount of times that the shotgun is. How much is it going to do? Who knows?
It's not quite RNG, but it definitely feels it when you watch it live.
It feels like it is when you lose it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
However, Xenoku importantly able to keep the items in play in that rail! Dramis, yeah, he was able to hit his mark, but I was a bit worried for him. Stuck in sort of no man's land, waiting for the rail to recharge itself. That would have been a fantastic shot for Dramis to land, but just not quite able to do it. Xenoku, a fair old while away from that inject. There's no doubt he's being so careful around these corners, even there looking for the rail shot, but prioritizing avoiding it rather than doing the damage himself. He knows he's in position for heavy. And wow! Dramis forced down. That is time to go.
Well, now he's got some armor under his belt as well. Would like to see him maintain a bit more control over this. Don't think Dramis has done anything particularly massive to pressure him off of the map. It's more than Xenoku willingly forfeiting. Nice play by Dramis there. Does get caught himself, but does a lot of damage to Xenoku. Xenoku with timing this Mega as well will be able to steal it away, so that's a lovely coup for him as well. Nearly connected with a perfect rocket, but instead goes charging on in. Dramis comes on through, but does next to nothing as he runs out of ammo.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like maybe he wanted to swap to a different weapon as well. If he knows he's going to potentially go down, maybe I'll try and get something else out, who knows. But 3-1, that 5-minute warning is here, and Xenoku looking more than comfortable, and he knows as well! Drops right before, I was about to say, knows he's just spawned. Wow.
That was unexpected, but that's definitely going to happen as an Anarchy just gets melted. Dramis on the advance once again. Barely seen him use the rail, actually. More just been circling the items and closing the gap.
He hasn't even had lots of opportunities to pick it up, I've noticed, especially now. Even having to use the machine gun so much as his sniper weapon of choice, because he just has had such little access to rail in general.
One of the challenges is Galena, you just don't have the mobility to get easily across the map.
Indeed. Oh, he knows he wants the Mega.
Not again.
Oh, this time it is just a rail. So it could have been worse. Not going to be that swaggy little two-piece, but at the very least, Dramis a decent amount of stack, and he is just about to get himself a totem. And actually, Xenoku, without the inject, is going to allow Dramis to be way more healthy in this situation. The defensive rocket was real good, and Dramis knows I can't push that. He's already used the jump pad. He's going to get away. I need to think of my next move. Okay. Fantastic rail, but this is a scary game to play. I think he actually might think that maybe Xenoku's still around.
He's just bullying his way onto items, but unfortunately he has to give up the heavy now, so does trade. Hasn't been anywhere near overstack either, so Xenoku's done a good job in that department.
Death is the only release. I will not
starting to see, at the very least, Dramis having opportunities to pick up some of these light armors. They happen a little bit more in the favor of Xenoku, because as he has been taking this kind of poke damage, at range, just kind of zipping around, soaking up the lights, and getting himself back to healthy. As long as he's got an inject, he knows he can always take this fight. Self-sustained, very similar to a Galena. Now both items. Mega on the side of Xenoku. Dramis wanted to get a little bit of potential bonus damage first. A couple of rockets, unfortunately eats a rail. And this is where things are going to get a little bit scary though, Dan, because that distinct difference in mobility, especially now there's 2 frags ahead rather than 1. This is where Xenoku is going to be very, very annoying to even catch.
Well, that's exactly it. You can see even from that frag, watching from Dramis' POV, how challenging it is to play against Xenoku in this map as a Galena. One of the reasons why Xenoku hasn't actively gone out of his way to keep control of the items is because of this. He can use the speed, get in his high ground earlier, just keep chipping away Dramis from a distance, and then chase him down. And it's been working to a charm. Yes, the scoreline is still pretty close, but at the same time, he's not put himself in harm's way. Dramis trying to set up a trap there, but Xenoku was more than aware he was in the area. He spawns here. Xenoku knows when the leg is up, so he can just bide his time to get a clean frag, and this is when the map spirals out of control. It was really well played by Xenoku.
Absolutely fantastic. You could almost see the strategy unfold before the map even begun, just because of the champion matchup at hand. Xenoku was up 1 frag and wasn't overextending, wasn't looking to be super fast and aggressive, using that mobility to just create positions rather than anything else. Such an important strength to have on Blood Covenant. If you beat the opponent to the punch, you have that rail angle first, you have that trap set first. I mean, you're going to get that first burst of damage. It's classic, classic ambush heavy play. But
I think that we have to go back. We're talking about how, one-sided this seems. I don't really see what the game plan was from Dramis. He's played slow, he's had the items, but there's been nothing from a Galena point of view that has shown me why he's picked. Obviously Galena's a solid champion nonetheless, but just question if he had a Nyx or something with more utility, could he have done more? Because it just felt like he got a little bit manhandled strategically.
Very much so. Even in the first few minutes, it seemed like Dramis was taking a bunch of items in the first couple of minutes, and it's because Xenoku was just kind of allowing it to happen. Like, even if the whole idea is I'm going to have a bit more stack maybe, the classic Galena style of just a bit of totem sustain perhaps, but I mean, you're going up against Xenoku, he's got inject, so he's kind of very similar strength in the middle of the fights. Xenoku didn't really seem to care about it all that much. And yeah, it's now a 2, but those final frags are very much just that kind of classic. The map is closing, you're running out of time, you've got to try and do something, time's running out, you get more predictable. But it was close up until that point. But although it was close, there was no point where Xenoku wasn't the one that was sort of just dictating the pace of it.
No, and considering how slow Dramis was playing and the way in which, Xenoku was playing, what I would have expected from Dramis is gone out of his way to build an overstack. You know that Xenoku doesn't want to fight. You know he's just going to try and pick you off and play super, super annoying. So why don't you go out your way, build the overstack, get the rail. We didn't see him put enough emphasis on the rail, and that was partly credit to Xenoku, but really play around the strength of your champion and work around what Xenoku was doing. It felt that Dramis became quite predictable. He was going from item to item to item, and Xenoku was able to circle that. He was able to circle that, and he was able to use the speed to get better position, get better angles, and just do more damage. And it didn't feel that Dramis had much of an answer for large parts of that game.
And even some of the frags that Dramis was able to land, like the one that we just saw in the replay where it was a bit of a rather inconsistent shotgun 1v1, I mean, even that frag could have easily have gone the other way, whereas kind of classic to... Ooh! I saw that one from Zeniku's point of view there. I was watching Dramas's on my feed, so that was a little bit snappier looking at it from Zeniku's side. But overall, a very comfortable win for him. A good chance for Zeniku to just maintain his position on the leaderboard because he's been doing just as well as he needs to. And it's kind of what we talked about at the start of the show where, yeah, he's got the absolute best of the best above him, but he's right on that edge of being able to join them. And with these kind of results and this kind of showing, you know, this is how you do it. This is how you keep up that consistency. Unfortunate for Dramas, but hopefully he can keep himself in shape for the finals, because as we said, the finals is where it really counts.
Yeah, and on his day, Dramas is someone that can literally take maps and series off of anyone in the Quake Pro League. He just needs to find more consistency in his game and find, I guess, more strategical diversity, I think, as well, is another way to put it. Just needs to have more strings on his bow. And if he can do that, then he becomes extremely scary because he can really take maps off anyone. So that could push him to a new level. Zeniku, as we said, is in solid in 6th. Can he take himself up to the top 5, maybe top 3? Definitely needs to still keep improving and pushing on, but he can do it.
Practice will simply continue, and that's all we can say about that one. But believe it or not, our first series of the day is already done. We've only got a few left. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we return, Quake Pro League will return along with it. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. You're currently watching our latest edition of Quake Pro League, where we were able to just watch Xenoku take it over Dramus with a rather comfortable 3-0, but now we're going straight into our next series. It's going to be Nosfer versus Chain, and welcome back, as I said before. What do we think of this one, Dan?
I don't really know what to think of this. I think my head is saying Nosfer. I don't know what my heart's saying either, though, but they're both two players that have somewhat struggled in the league. And if we look at their standings, they're obviously fairly low down in the leaderboard. I think you have to take into consideration now, obviously, with this condensed structure, that might not be too unusual. I think it's more or less, someone has to be at the bottom. I think it's more or less where they should be. But also, Chain hasn't played anywhere near as many matches as Nosfer, and they're both sitting on 2 wins. So I think we have to take into context that Chain might not be playing as bad as we think he is, but he's still not been playing as good as we know he can be. I think Chain on his day is slightly better than Nosfer, but Nosfer on his day can set the world alight as well. So they've both been pretty erratic, and it really depends who turns up. I think Nosfer's shown a little bit more to me this season so far that he can do better, but Chain needs to make some changes to his game as well.
Well, on that note, let's take a look at the picks and bans. That might give us a little bit more information. So Awoken again, but the Athena is quite rightly taken away, as it often does with Chain, I suppose, at this point. So Strog versus Ranger, Blood Covenant, though, we do get to see that with, yet again, an Anarchy coming into play. Doomslayer, I like that. I think it's a real sort of like standard pick on something like Blood Covenant. So I guess, we'll see how that one goes. And then Corrupted Keep, like that one too.
Yeah, pretty good picks all around. I think, on Woken, you know what you're going to see now. It's normally a Doom, a Strog, or a Ranger. It's pretty much the 3 that you rotate on that map. It can be something else, but quite rare. Blood Covenant, yeah, we've seen what you get from an Anarchy there, so it'll be interesting to see how Nosfer addresses this one. Is he going to play similar to Xenoku? I think Doom offers a bit more mobility, so it's slightly harder to execute that, but still has the same potential. I think the Doom is a comfort pick, if anything. I don't think it offers anything massively impactful on the map, but just the movement, the double jump is enough for that you can play positional, so it's pretty decent, but it doesn't set the world alight as a pick. And then moving on to Corrupted Keep, I think the Blaskovich is a pretty standard pick nowadays on Corrupted Keep. People really do love to use it, particularly if you can get the dual wield off with the heavy machine gun, those mid-range, that's where it becomes extremely powerful. And the Ison is also a pretty good pick. So no heavies within this matchup. They like to play a little bit faster, have a bit more mobility, so that's what we're seeing with the picks.
And I think nothing about the picks are screaming new and interesting. And I don't mean that in like an offensive sense. I just mean that it's a real nice sort of standard selection. As you said, but the only thing that could in theory be that is Doomslayer, because there was once upon a time where loads of people played Doomslayer, but the more champions would get added, the more champions would get changed. I think that sort of speed and ferocity started to get a lot more focused. So I guess at the very least, Doomslayer has elements of being able to keep up with that. He's just got a little bit more stack, so who knows? Maybe we'll see that work out a little bit, especially with the Nyx being removed. But let's just talk about Nosfer and Chain a little bit more. As you can clearly see, Chain has in fact played less than Nosfer. So if Chain's able to get a victory here, let alone maybe even a victory of a significant map count, then maybe that's going to be pretty good for him, as we are kind of closing in on the final stretch of this season. There's not a huge amount of games left to go. And then everyone's going to be setting up for the finals. So however well you can do now to push yourself just that little bit further, Chain's the kind of player that would very much appreciate that kind of push, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though they're both, not performing pretty well, I also would feel that they're both not entirely happy with where they're standing. But as we said, it's a much more competitive stage now, and so these are the 2 of the players that have just been struggling to adapt to that setting a little bit. And so going up against each other is actually a really good opportunity to fully understand where they are both at. And that's why I'm really excited to see this one.
Well, looks like we're currently getting our players good to go and ready. But rest assured, as soon as our match is ready to start, we will. But let's kind of, bit of a hard question then. Let's talk about some predictions. I'm kind of curious to see what the people at home think. People love discussing predictions before a match. It's just something that happens here on Quake, and I love to see it. But now we're just confirming that both players are good to go, so it shouldn't be too much longer until we jump into our first map. But Dan, predictions. Who do you think has an edge?
You are right. It is a interesting question because they've both been fairly even. I'm going to slide with Nosfer Nosfer ever so slightly.
Nostus?
My Lemsip is making me my brain foggy ever so slightly. I'm going to go with 2-1, as you said. I think it's still pretty evenly matched, but looking at the map pool, I feel it does edge slightly towards Nosfer.
I think just based on what we've seen this season alone is how I feel Nosfer has a chance to really take this one, but it's the kind of matchup that I really don't see being a total blowout. I think they're two players that are in a very similar position, and they've played against each other enough times that surely there has to be a significant level of familiarity here. We are talking a lot about the difference of this season, how now everyone has been playing against everyone, and that with it has brought some new challenges for some of our players. And I would definitely think that Chain and Nosfer are two of those players that have been on the less fortunate end of that. But as you said before, they're going head to head now, so maybe this is a chance to have possibly one of the most even matches we've had in some time. And with it is bringing forward some relatively standard champion picks on maps they're more than familiar with at this point. There's nothing against the grain here, so let's just let fate decide. Looks like both players now readying up, so we'll be jumping into that Ranger versus Strog on Awoken real soon. Thank you all for joining us. Just to remind everyone who might just be joining us, maybe haven't seen much Quake before, there's always a chance they're like, hey, what's this game? I'm going to check it out. We're late in the stage of Pro League. We've had many weeks, and there's not a lot of them left to go. So the importance of players that are on the lower end of the ranking, it starts to ramp up a little bit more, Dan. I mean, we don't really have much to say about players on the top because they're on the top, they're fine. They're doing it exactly where they need to be, but players that are in this current situation, I think there's a little bit more at stake for them because everyone wants that last ounce of success before finals.
Yeah, don't underestimate, particularly in a one-on-one game, how much the confidence side of things plays into it as well. So it's kind of what we spoke about before, you know, when people like Sai give down at the bottom, it really does dwell on your mind, and you go into games, if you're questioning yourself, you pretty much lost before you started. So the psychology of these games are huge, and so getting some sort of momentum, as we said, they're now playing against somebody kind of even in the leaderboard, kind of the same region as well. It could actually be a huge momentum boost for either one of these players if they come out on top, particularly if they're able to come out dominantly. We are going to start now. Map 1 Awoken over on Nossa. We know he's proficient with a crouch slide champion, so he has got himself a strop. Chain, on the other hand, is playing the Ranger. Pretty stable pick on this particular map as well.
Another one of those champions for Chain that allows him to do that. Ooh, I was about to talk about game plan and stuff like that, and we almost saw a ring out, so never mind about that one. But I have seen historically some rather magical things with Chain on the Ranger pick. The orb placement. There was a time where you would just watch it and be in awe of it because of just how smart it was. Maybe there's a couple of angles that we might not have seen all that much before. How much of that we're going to see today, not particularly sure, but Nosfer, very cheeky. Oh, they trade rails, but it is going to be Chain that hits the mark. And now with this being back-to-back, Chain knows, yeah, now this is the green light to go forward. We'll take out that Pika. What do we get from here? He's stuck. Fake out, the fake out. Your Chain's going for the tricky stuff.
Nice, yeah. Just had his opponent pinned in the corner there, almost like vulnerable prey. Eventually got him down, and he will be able to pick up both items now as he's worked out where Nosfer is spawned. But in saying that, Nosfer actually managed to win himself his Mega. He's actually going to go in for the frag himself. That high-risk, aggressive play does pay off. Realised that Chain only had a rail to work with. Chain himself's going to go in here, but he is able to get the frag just before the heavy. So they are now back to where they were.
That was such a risky game for Nosfer to play. I mean, the confidence to say, I've got a rough idea of where you're going to spawn, but I know that I'm so fast that maybe I can just slide in and steal both of them away. Yeah. Chain more than ready to intercept. And this is why I like watching the two of them go head-to-head, because they do have this familiarity. I think Chain having a real rough idea of what was going to happen post-spawn, and he was just good to go the moment he appeared on the map.
They also have very different playstyles, particularly Chain is, we talk about it a lot, obviously, but he's so rail heavy. And if his rail is clicking, which it is now, this is when it becomes actually quite a scary play. On the other hand, Nosfer has a bit more flexibility to his game, and pushing in aggressively there is a sign that he wants to close the gap on Chain. You know, he doesn't want to try and engage in these rail dues that Chain will want to favour. Nosfer wants to use that speed of the Strog and Pika to get into his face and get into the mid to close range fights.
Once again, we're seeing Nosfer play a rather significant game of information. He's been sitting on that center point of the map. He knows he's got a good rail here on Chain. Chain has a rather tricky position to deal with. I'm weak! Tries to sneakily jump in and take away that item. Probably would have orbed away maybe if he was able to land it, but that is a disastrous time to go down because just like that, full control and more for Nosfer as he opens up a rail. He knows that Chain's just spawned, so you're not going to have a rail. Probably didn't even have a rocket launcher to deal with that Pika, so it kind of just goes from bad to worse, but wonderfully executed there by Nosfer.
Nosfer also trying to close the gap and protect this rail as well, as he will be more than aware that Chain will want to try and get that weapon. So Nosfer's done a great job so far, managing both items, playing secure, but not overexposing himself.
Chain knows there's plenty of time left on the map. Oh, unfortunately, doesn't quite get the rocket jump actually, so that would have been maybe some sneaky damage to push forward. However,
but you can see Nosfer just playing around the rail. He knows without that, Chain doesn't really have an answer at this point in time. So Nosfer's just going to play nice and slow and control this area.
I think Chain, quite rightly so, just went out of his way to pick up the heavy machine gun. He's thinking, look, if I'm not going to be able to get the rail, I need something. But in this position, the defensive play here from Nosfer, the denial has been so good. It's been actually the last couple of minutes, and actually misses the rocket!
Nice, yeah.
Oh my lord!
He gets the rail, I mean, so he gets the mega, but look how much damage he's done, and Chain still doesn't have a rail to work with. Nosfer just managing position here. Oh, that's some big damage finally from Chain. But he's struggling at this point in time without a rail.
Quite low on ammo too, so he's going to have to try and get himself a few rockets, but never mind, your chance to get more ammo is in the form of a respawn. Now, thankfully for Chain, well, I say thankfully, he spawned in the rail room, but I'm still not convinced he's going to be able to easily pick one up because Nosfer, this whole game of denying it has been perfect! No, he can't even win the shotgun 1v1. That's going to be a frustrating way to go out.
He's got the peak if he wants to use it, he uses it immediately, and Chain is scuttling himself away. Just know when the timing was, he could have picked up that heavy. He has got Nosfer a little bit trapped here, and he finally gets himself a frag, and will finally get himself a rail.
This is the opportunity to turn it round. Only 2 frags behind is Chain. He's finally got himself the weapon he wants the most, but by hitting that rail, sacrifices a lot of damage in return thanks to the cooldown. But where do we go from here, I wonder? Chain's in position for this heavy. Nosfer, without much resources, has to play a rather bold game to push forward. Goes out of his way to take that light armor, so that is a fantastic time to bring himself back. And Chain escaping with the orb. Has managed to save his skin for now.
Nosfer realizing how much damage he did in the first instance, but also realizing Chain has no weaponry, no hit scan. So he has to go out and try and hit a rail, and so that leaves him vulnerable. So really good awareness from Nosfer there to push on in. Got himself some major items now, he's just going to go ahead and secure this heavy. And even try and defend this on the rail as well, which he has done. Lovely tri-bolt at perfect timing as well. And Chain, once again, is stuck in this position of how do I get that rail?
It's been the one set in stone game plan for rather the entire 6 minutes, and it's just continuing to work perfectly. And this is the kind of play that if we were seeing this match in like a regular ranked game or something like that, Nosfer streaming maybe, I don't know, we probably wouldn't have seen it go through this severely. It's just that know your enemy, as they say. We know that Chain plays rail heavy, we know that this is a rail heavy map, so Nosfer has done the exact perfect thing because he knows exactly who he's up against.
Exactly, I can't even remember the last time we saw Nosfer in the engine room. He hasn't needed to venture in there as he's quite happy just to circle both major items. Chain, though, done a good job of delaying the pickup of this major item, so he could get himself into a mega, but no, does he not know the timing? He goes away too early, has to go in aggressively, and he needs 2 rockets for his troubles. Chain has not got his timing on point either as he moved off too early from that mega, and that's cost him another frag. He does get one back, but he's given up some seriously easy frags for some mistakes.
Now that opening rail misses, and that is going to be a free pickup on the heavy here for Nosfer. who I'm fairly certain he's going to use this opportunity to just pick up some more important weapons. You know, Nosfer's been denying the rail all the way across, but he's had no worries picking it up himself. And the turnaround chain takes a lot of damage, but he's happy to push forward because he knows he has the Mega to fall back on. And just like that, Nosfer is in a very tricky position. Lovely teleport.
But look at
straight
Chain
through
now.
the murder
When
hole.
he's got a rail, he's a completely different player. He's manning up to Nosfer, he's taking the right positions, he's being aggressive, just more than happy to push on in. Also delaying the Mega is offset, or should have offset Nosfer's timing. Don't know if he heard the pickup. Chain in a pretty good position. There's still 2 minutes left catch up, so there's plenty of time. Only 2 frags in it as well. But he's given up both major items after all the hard work.
Now Nosfer is playing a really smart match there. You know, I think a lot of players would have just backed off and taken the rail given that situation, but I think Nosfer wanted to press the advantage. I know you're going to go around near where LG is. Maybe I can get a little bit more bonus damage. Perhaps I can even stop you from taking any of the important resources this part of the map actually has, because there's a fair few ways to get yourself back up and healthy. Nosfer getting the rail a little bit later. The opening rail does not hit its mark though. Thankfully that Pika is going to give Nosfer a lot of information over when the Mega is going to get picked up. So as we're now starting to play this defensive, really defensive game, as we jump into the final minute.
But it is a defensive game, and as you say, the final minute means Chain has to make something happen. He pushes it aggressively through the choke point. Nosfer doesn't hit anything, but the orb fails as well, which gives Nosfer a bit of a lifeline to get out, but he's taken a weird direction, instead favouring to pick up the heavy. Might cost him his life as Chain hits 2 amazing rails, can't hit the third. Nosfer's still alive, so is Chain. They live to fight another day, but that's bought him some time as well, as Nosfer's still in the vicinity, unable to get out. He is railable. And now he finally gets out, but Chain is on the aggressive. He's used his orb though, so Nosfer can stand his ground. He does. Pika comes out. Doesn't do enough though. 1 minute to go, or 30 seconds to go. 1 frag for Chain to find.
If there's one time Nosfer needs to just sit and listen, this is the time to do it. Surrounded by potential danger here. And now 1 frag left to go, 20 seconds. That 1 little light armor. Extra defensive possibilities here for Nosfer. But Chain has got to find him. 10 seconds left. He has been able to find him. Can he get the damage? No, he manages to secure it, but he's so weak himself. We are going into sudden death. Can Chain actually survive long enough to make this even count? He's so weak.
Yeah, that was really nice by Chain. Got his opponent dead. Knew he had the orb to push on in. As you say, he's weak, but he's got a rail as well. But Nosfer's done a lot of damage here. No! I thought that was a full rocket. Oh, good game though. Really good game.
A real good turnaround. I mean, it's one of those situations where normally when someone picks up a frag in the closing 10 seconds and it's like, right, this is where the comeback is mounted. But I was watching that through Nosfer's point of view and I'd seen him soak up pretty much every pickup besides maybe a couple of healths nearby. I saw the frag go down and I'm like, Chain's got it, but what does he do from here? Because there's nothing to pick up, and you know that Nosfer's going to spawn nearby. It's a small map. He's got mobility. I think Chain did what feels like everything in his power there. Even able to get that slight ambush off the back of the teleporter, because if he went through the teleporter and tried to create distance, I don't even think he would have been able to possibly get in position before Nosfer just found him. So maybe trying to get that surprise damage, 100 damage rocket maybe. That was your best bet, so he had to dedicate. It almost looked like when he went down there was that nod of approval of thinking, you know what? Yeah, that was a possibility, so I'll take it.
Yeah, and you can see when Chain's rail is on how scary he is. You know, he did double the damage to Nosfer with the rail, and Nosfer did a lot of damage to himself. So he plays around that weapon so well. On the flip side, he is slightly too reliant on the weapon. I think there was a good couple of minutes in that matchup where Nosfer had a good control over the map and the weapon, and Chain felt almost useless. So definitely needs to look at how he can have more of a presence on the map without a rail. But nonetheless, when he took it, he really put a lot of pressure onto Nosfer and played extremely well to forge that comeback. It just wasn't enough. And even within that comeback, there was still a couple of moments where he made some silly, not even silly mistakes, but just some pressured mistakes really. Some timing areas, moving off of items, that type of thing. And if he kind of eradicated those, really could have won that map. But either way, right down to the wire, well played by both players.
Yeah, we have to give shout-outs there for Nosfer. I think it was a good 6 minutes or so that he prevented Chain from being able to comfortably hold the rails, so being able to keep it away for that long. Impressive stuff. But you know what, Dan? You know what I find funny about that? We're going on to Blood Covenant.
Yeah.
So Blood Covenant, another map that is unbelievably reliant on rail for some players. However, I don't think either champion is going to have issues just getting across it. You know, all it's going to take from Chain is one little cheeky double jump maybe, and he's able to do it. But is that game of denial going to continue onwards? Because I think Nosfer, surely he paid very close attention to just how much Chain was struggling without it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a one-in fact. That's make or break for Chain a lot of the time. So one would expect that Nosfer adopts a similar strategy. It was successful and fruitful in the first game. It's even easier to do to some respects on Blood Covenant. So let's see how he manages that. Obviously, Doom is very different. We saw the Galena before. Doom, as you said, with a double jump, can get across the map. And we'll see Chain playing on that high ground, that mid ground quite a lot, I expect. So let's see how Nosfer changes or adapts his strategy from what we saw from Zeneku earlier as well.
I think Nosfer can feel pretty confident of that last map. Like, yes, it went into sudden death, but I feel like that was one of the least impactful sudden deaths that we've seen in quite some time because of just how unlikely it was that Chain was going to survive the next 30 seconds, you know, with just how the last frag went down. But here comes that Blood Covenant. Both players, I think, are going to be ready to go.
You have to put a lot of respect on Nosfer's to win that and come out on top, because he was under a lot of pressure when Chain was on the advantage in control. So well played by Nosfer as much as well played by Chain.
Well, we have got a relatively standard start on this map so far. Nosfer able to get a hold of some armor, which is really good, and actually more importantly, rail. So we're going to be keeping a close eye to see how is Chain going to be able to conquer this. Because
yes,
Nosfer knows what the spawn side was. He knows his opponent is not going to have a rail so far, so let's see how this one unfolds. Oh, caught him on the jump pad. This is terrible. Oh, and that hurts. Oh, that hurts so much, Dan.
Yeah, it's not the best start from Chain's point of view. Nosfer going aggressive, catching his opponent slightly off guard there. Picks up that first frag pretty much for free as well. It actually leaves the Mega up in favor of going in aggressively here. Chain won't be aware of that, so will be completely offset in terms of timing.
And this is a good push for Nosfer. Nosfer knows the Mega was there to fall back up.
You have to be almost comfortable in passiveness. It can be quite a stalemate of a map, the way it's designed and laid out. So just have to play around that, not get too frustrated. But as I say that, Nosfer going in aggressively with the shotgun. He's done that a few times, in fact, to great success. So nicely played from the Brazilian.
It was a really good push down even before that frag too, because Nosfer knows that the Mega was there to fall back on at the exact same time the injection was ready. So really, what do I have to worry about? There was even that light armor to pick up on the way back down as we take the Mega anyway. So Nosfer a fair understanding of his surroundings so far. There's the trap that has been sprung, but how impactful will it be with an inject and a 100 damage rocket? Are you kidding me, Dan?
Feels even better coming out of a pink rocket launcher as well, Ketchup, as Nosfer's got the drip, but huge defensive rockets. It was a nice trap by Chain, but now Nosfer's on the advance. Once again, 100 damage shotgun. Chain actually kills himself. Not quite in protest, but it still happened.
Yeah, it felt like he was so close range that was either going to be a +1 or a -1, and there was really no stopping the inevitable. The Tri-Bolt as well. Tri-Bolt has been a rather significant pain in the backside for Chain because Nosfer has just had a perfect understanding of when Chain's going to try and show his face. Here comes that heavy. Once again, Nosfer maintaining full control. Mega is going to be that next option, but again, it just feels like this has been the Nosfer show.
Well, we asked the question at the start of this particular map of, you know, how is Nosfer going to take this one on? Oh, another full rocket out of the TP as well, but how is Nosfer going to take this one on as opposed to Zeneku? And it's completely the opposite. He's using the Anarchy to press his advantage, to take the fights to Chain, get in his face, and it's been exciting to see. And Chain is struggling with the pace at this point in time. The first map we saw him coping with it by hitting his rails and forcing Nosfer to play slightly more reserve. Haven't been able to see that just yet.
A really good opportunity now though. That missed rail gives Chain at least a chance to turn things around a bit, and that Mega might be an option to push forward and make something happen. But with 10 seconds, that constant delay on the two items, there goes the inject. Can Nosfer survive? I mean, he's pretty weak, I'm not sure. This should at the very least be a free heavy pickup if Chain can get there in time.
doesn't connect with the second rocket, but should be able to finish up his opponent with the shotgun. Just getting out alive is Chain, and he actually hits a lovely rail from down below. Stay in this game. Actually bring his score up to 0. Away from the minuses, that will feel good.
An important frag to bring himself slightly back in it, because there's a lot more of this map left. 6 minutes. More than likely going to have to give up this heavy as Nosfer's in a better position for it. Unfortunately for Chain, unable to get any rails in the return. I think he would have very much liked to have hit both of those.
And Nosfer returning now with the rails himself, keeping Chain very low. You can see on Chain's POV how difficult it is for him to establish any sort of dominance on the map. He can't get into the positions he wants to, forced to the low ground, forced to the vulnerable positions. And whilst he's hitting rails, they're mostly exchanges, and so it's not in his favor as Nosfer's controlling the map.
And Chain has to be very, very careful because he's currently out of rail shots anyway. So this is going to have to be something to keep in mind. Drop down and get a little bit of ammo potentially.
5-minute warning.
But working hard to keep that stack as healthy as it can be while your opponent is cycling the high ground, just taking everything. I mean, you have to know that this next fight is going to be a challenging one. Nosfer hiding around that corner and keeping himself protected, and the cycle of items will continue. The 5-minute warning's gone through, you know, we all know it. But what does Chain do to bring himself back in? Finally gets himself some rail shots. We can start to do something, but even then, the whole time, there hasn't even been an angle to be had.
No, Nosfer is playing extremely careful now. The game's begun to stabilize. You can see him being very careful around the map, ensuring he's covering the angles just as early as Chain. And so he's not being caught off guard. As I say that, Chain is able to pick a nice little rail angle up there. And that does hurt against Anarchy. He's got the trap sorted here with the rockets as well, but not connecting just as much as he wanted. But there's a lovely conversion.
Very good stuff, and now the gap closes significantly. Chain knows that, hang on a minute, if we can just keep playing this well, there's a chance to equalize and then some. Oh, the answer back with the double rocket jump. Both players having exactly the same idea, but an important rail to land. Nosfer now stuck in a really tricky situation. No longer railable thanks to the inject, but how long can you survive with limited armor with Chain finally hitting the rails that he needs to land?
Yeah, and as we're approaching, 3.5 minutes to go, you have to feel that Nosfer maybe could have done a little bit more with the control he had, but gave a lot of respect to Chain and his rail. Now we're at 2-1, so still does have the lead, but he definitely needs to do more when he has that control.
And it does actually seem like Chain is trying to do just that. The item's in play, and he knows that it's up, but he also knows that it's a free pickup for him. There's no way that Nosfer's going to be able to challenge it. So he made that attempt to push forward and maybe get some bonus damage, but unfortunately by doing so meant that he wasn't able to put any presence on the heavy whatsoever. And because of that now, Nosfer is looking a lot healthier than Chain once more. He just cannot find him. He can't get any kind of lock on his location at all. It sounds like he knows where he is too. I mean, we can hear that he knows where he is. It's just being able to get anything significant from it. By the time he's heard him, he's already way out of there.
It's about finding that balance. So you want to be catching your opponent off guard, but at the same time, you can't be forced to chase them into what could be a trap. Still lots of time left. Only need a single frag to take it into overtime, so there's really no need to panic. Control the items, play nice and slow, but you're right, it is a challenge to lock down your opponent.
Been watching this whole thing through Chain's point of view. As of the people at home. Oh no, the push! Chain was unable to get anything from that encounter, and that was possibly, Dan, the worst that fight could have gone.
Yeah, you're completely right, but it also emphasizes exactly what we just talked about. Kind of almost forcing the issue a little bit and put his fate in God's hands a little bit and just didn't execute as he needed to. Nosfer gives up a frag, but look how low Chain is. Nosfer will come steaming through, trying to finish this one off after he picks up the Mega.
Yeah, that was a very, very unusual fight there with the machine guns, but I guess the important thing was that Chain has been kept very weak indeed, having to go for some rather predictable retreating options just to pick up some of the regular stack that is there to be taken. But on the back of that, though, Nosfer does still manage to maintain a lead. Chain, only ranged weapon, really is going to be that machine gun burn. Opening rocket is fantastic, but it's not going to be as significant just because that Mega is ready to collect, and collect it will be. Chain needs to get a rail. He's finally got one, and with 60 seconds on the clock, this rail has to make magic happen. That's a cheeky little angle there from Chain. Oh, but Nosfer was ready for it. Seen that one before, folks.
And now it's about playing down the clock, which he's been doing pretty effectively now for the last few minutes. Just trying to stall all he can to do any sort of damage to nullify Chain's positive mentality, if you will. He's actually in the vicinity here defending the TP. Gets out. Chain doesn't do anything, and Nosfer is gone. No rail connects. Second one does, and now Nosfer is forced to pop the inject. He's caught here. Chain, no, swaps away from the rail. Maybe not the wisest choice. And he's chasing 15 seconds. He's got to do something. There's another rail, and Nosfer is gone. Can Chain find him?
Needs to cut him off. Finds the shot! What an angle and what a prediction. Chain was 1000% ahead of Nosfer in that. Just knowing exactly where he's going to go. And what a reward. And now the sudden death begins, but this time, Dan, it's a lot more significant, I would say, than map 1.
Yep, he's in a healthy spot here. What a prediction round through the TP as well. They do trade though, but Chain is in a perfect spot here to keep control of the map, and that's all he needs to do. Items are pretty much on the same spot, so Nosfer should be able to pick up the other one, but eating that rail gives Chain a lifeline. You can see him going aggressive here. He knows exactly it. He can finish the game here and now, but Nosfer is more than aware of that. Backs off himself. Good awareness from the Brazilian. Chain is listening. He's patrolling up above and can't connect, and back to square one.
Yeah, that's a rather devastating exchange if you're in Chain's position. Would have absolutely loved to have kept the pressure on. Nosfer spending 9.5 minutes leading the charge on this map. In the closing moments now, found himself on the back foot, less stack. They have the same weaponry, really. And Chain knows, look, if I've worked this hard and I've been able to force a sudden death in this fashion, there's absolutely a chance I can take this one all the way and bring us into a 1-1 position, and it would be such a game changer for him to create that final map tiebreaker, but I guess we'll find out how things go here. Nosfer able to just play a tight angle on that jump pad. It's rare that you can avoid a rail from that one. However, oh no, Nosfer, the machine gun instead.
Oh,
what a weapon choice! But God, he returns 2 shots, Dad!
He does, but he has an inject, which means he might be confident here to push on in. Chain is so low. Nosfer just can't find him. He's a full rocket through the doorways. He wants to close it off himself. They're both extremely low. Nosfer, though, will retreat onto the heavy, slightly better equipped now. More than ready for Chain to take that peek, and it's pretty tense here, catch up.
I mean, the second we saw Chain in that center point and Nosfer went right past him, I was nervous. But he's been able to survive. The problem now is armor. There's no armor to be had. Hopefully Chain can pick up something, but even then he's got to be careful, because if Nosfer catches him in the wrong side of town, he's going to get a rail. Uh-oh!
Chain is hitting some absolutely clutch rails at this point in the game. Those 2 rails to save his life were huge.
Oh no.
Nosfer again, he knows the power of the heavy machine gun from range. He's done it once, can he do it again? Chain needs to hit, he hits 1, and Nosfer will now retreat, but there's no items up for the Brazilian. Chain is a bit healthier, picked up the lightning with the Mega. Gonna catch him with the lightning gun here as well, but Nosfer is gone. Nothing to his name, there's no inject. Nope. A few more seconds. Chain lets him live.
I was a little bit worried for Nosfer when I saw... Wait a minute, the double jump. The double jump to fake it out! Are you kidding me? That was so smart!
They're both hitting clutch rails, they're trading again.
Wait a minute, Chain's found him. Can Chain finish it? There has been an inject, but there's not much for Nosfer to pick up, so he's still in grave danger, especially with Chain having way more stack. And at the moment, just seems to be one step ahead of him. He needs to finish this and turn it into something. Lovely rocket jump rail. You're talking about the clutch rails. How about that one?
He did hit it before the pickup though, so not ideal from Chain's point of view, and Nostra will pick up both major items, so Chain's greediness, if you say that, has now got the best of him, as Nostra is super healthy. He also has an inject, so here's this opportunity for Nostra to close out this game. Chain popping the berserk, just trying to get away any way he can. He gets up onto the high ground, and Nostra's actually taking the jump pad by accident.
There's going to be a rather intense battle. I can feel it. Nosfa keeping himself healthy. There's the rocket jump, and Chain knows, but thankfully used that to his advantage and put himself in position. That's a significant overtime so far, but that rail was absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, it was before Mega gets collected, and there was that light armor to fall back onto, and with 15 seconds left to go, that inject is almost ready to go for yet another time. An aggressive rocket jump from Chain, but Nosfa able to back up again. How long is this overtime gonna last, Dan?
Gonna play 4 games by the end of this series. This time Chain manages to get himself a heavy, so job well done. He could have closed out the game, but he's been trying to, just can't find that in. Slows down a little bit here, no items up for 30 seconds. Look how healthy they are though, can they both afford to take a risk or two?
And it has been that major game-changing push. We haven't really seen one. I think the closest we got to it was that aggressive rocket jump from Chain down near jump pad, but Nosfa had that peace of mind to already not even try and challenge it. I'm out. See you later. The defensive positioning has been phenomenal because there's just so many plan Bs, so many escape routes. But with the next cycle of items, Nosfa, armor in hand, and Chain, Mega to return. They both missed that opening rail, so we're not going to see anything potentially yet. But there's definitely time for some sort of thing to happen here as we jump down. Chain looking so hard to just cut him off and get some bonus damage. He knows he's healthier than his opponent, but more than likely knows an inject will be ready too, because it's been so long. Surely he's going to have the inject ready now.
He does. Chain's now missing a couple of rails that he was hitting just a few minutes ago. Oof, another one as well. So Nosfa's jetting off at the moment. Chain is still finding the angles.
Wait a minute!
Here we go.
This could be where it turns around. Chain, how do you get out of this one, mate? Defensive rockets are really good, but Nosfa!
There we go.
Oh, God. How easily and fast things can just fall apart in the blink of an eye. God, Quake is a brutal game, isn't it?
And a large part of that ending was because, you know, Chain was missing rails he was hitting. If he hit those rails, Nosfa couldn't make that push. It's the smallest of margins at that point in the game. And Nosfa seized his opportunity. He realized he got some clean items, that Chain hadn't hit his rails, and now he can push. So, once again, really well played. It was a long, brutal game, so you've got to give a lot of respect to both players for their presence of mind to stay in it and make the right decisions throughout. It couldn't be any closer between these two. That's 2 overtimes in a row.
And that second overtime that we saw on this map, I think just the nature of how it even began was rather incredible, because Chain had the perfect read on where Nosfa was going to retreat to. There were so many potential ways Nosfa could have gone, and Chain had the absolute perfect decision. And then the rail execution to finish. The idea was there. If he missed that rail, then there would have been no overtime. It would have been a heartbreaking defeat, because he did the mental game, but his hands didn't play ball. But got to give him a huge shout out for being able to make that one as close as he did. And it's been really good to see them clash this close. However, we're jumping onto a map that now has a tendency to be quite snowball heavy. Corrupted Keep, first time we're seeing it today. However, Ison versus BJ. And I do believe that it is going to be Chain with that damage output. So with how back and forth we're being here, then one can only imagine, is this going to be the map that Chain's able to get one on and kind of turn things into a bit more of a turnaround for him?
We'll see. Don't often see Chain on this map, and again, there's no rail. We always talk about how important
2
that
lightning
is for
guns,
Chain, but he has 2 lightning guns. You'll see. So
and 2 machine guns.
On that side alone, definitely going to side with Nosfa, but it's going to be interesting. It's probably my favorite map to watch. So I always love to see Corrupted Keep.
It's just a little bit of spice, isn't it? It's just a little bit of extra seasoning on an already good map pool, something that's quite different. But at the same time, that's where I think styles can get challenged. This map, in turn, could very well challenge Chain because it forces you to play differently. And Nosfa are going to be more than aware of that, so I guess we'll see how the Ison pick turns around. And this is the kind of series too that will very much challenge, I think, someone's mental fortitude, that stamina, because we've had 2 overtimes
Yeah.
out of 3 maps, and by all means there could be an overtime here, but yeah, the first overtime on the first map may not have been that significant because Chain was already so weak that there was a good chance Nosfer was just going to spawn and go in there and win it anyway. But the second map was so close, and that was almost a 5-minute overtime. I think it even was. It was just about to be at the very least. You need to keep your head in the game and now play a whole new map off the back of something that was this close to going either way, and it didn't. I mean, there hasn't been much time between that map ending and this one starting, right? So how can players just mentally recover in time to start afresh? And that's an element of high-level Quake that I find so impressive, is someone's ability to go, right, that was a close game. Anyway, let's play again, and then just reset and start again.
Yeah, there's very few other esports that have that that same pressure, and as you rightly point it out, you know, when you're in Chain's shoes, it doesn't feel so good. Nosfer, on the other hand, is going to feel very relieved and a bit more upbeat, so it's more on how does Chain reflect and move on and put it behind him.
Well, we're about to find out. Looks like we're loading into Corrupted Keep now, and this warm-up will be coming to a swift end soon. Chain having definitely a higher access to damage output here, so maybe if he's able to get some of those range shots on deck. Not with a rail, though, with some machine gun action and who knows what else. So far, Chain's going to get the Mega Side spawn, Nosfer on the side of Armor. But an LG in hand for Chain is a great start for the champion that he's picking. And already, Chain completely melts Nosfer in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Nosfer trying to go aggressive, not paying out whatsoever. Chain just quite happy now just to blow it down, take his items. He needs to get a rocket, but he's caught Nosfer off guard, doesn't know where his opponent is. Unfortunate is the word I would use there.
It's kind of rare that someone gets caught with their pants down like that in this kind of game. I mean, actually felt like Chain's position on its own made it so weird and close range that Nosfer just missed him twice. However, as we now push forward that 2-0 in less than a minute, that's definitely one way to bring yourself back into a series when the last map was as close as it was. Chain, can he keep this momentum rolling? I think quite notably, as Nosfer lands a return rocket, is that it's been quite early into the map that a delay has been enforced between these 2 items. Now I think that might somewhat change now because Mega is just about to get taken and the Heavy's been picked up as well. But even then, still, about 4 seconds. So I feel like early on in this map, if we've delayed the items already, that can allow one of these 2 players to get a nice cycle on the map going, and actually, just like that, Chain does pull the trigger on that dual wield, bring himself back up to that 100 HP. Love it, like QBJ passive.
Yeah, and this is a map with that split, you really can control the map, control the items. We're seeing that already, trying to force that, but with both players not being incredibly healthy, nothing's going to come of it just yet. And the items are now bang on even times as well.
And now the items are back into an even game. It does open up who's going to make that first move. So many players will be content kind of trading them off. There will come a time where someone wants more. The second you control the entire map on Corrupted Keep, we've seen for years and years, it is so hard to break into that. However, a preemptive rocket there from Chain, maybe expecting Nosfer to jump a little bit early towards the armor, but no payout, and in fact a lot of damage dealt. But they disengage and both take a major item for yet another time here.
Yeah, and you can see that Chain is not willing to engage, not willing to press out now. Wants to play this mid to long range game. It's a safer option. He's got the dual wield as a failsafe if he needs to use it. Nosfer's working his way across. You can see there with the X-ray sneaking in, but Chain doesn't make the move out that Nosfer so desperately wanted him to. But he's trapped, so he's going to have to bide his time until Nosfer decides to retreat, which he now does.
And Chain's going to be able to just use his head here. I think taking a little bit longer just to pick up the Heavy on the off chance that Nosfer got it immediately, of which he was bang on the money. The only reason I've been out here is more than likely because Nosfer has decided to run off and take the Mega, so I may as well get something myself. But Chain slowing things down a significant amount, however, walks right into that one, but a defensive rocket was phenomenal. Really good, and it sets up a free frag here on Nosfer, who eats yet another one. The items too, and hang on a minute. Keep 5 seconds is a lifetime to push in and take the second one. Oh, and he gets both items. This is huge for Chain.
It is, and it's born out of Nostra just being greedy, trying to push things. You know, Chain is the one that's respecting Nostra, playing the distance game, and Nostra's trying to close that, trying to force it. And it's backfired spectacularly. Big rockets coming out now, and another one to finish off Chain. And Nostra didn't even take a lick of damage there. He's able to sit himself out before this Mega. And as you just pointed out, there's also a heavy he can fall back to as well if he can get across the map. There's still 6 seconds to go. Chain's in the area, but he won't be able to stay long. Nostra comes barreling on through. The dual wield's there, but it does nothing.
I think in that position, there were so many weapons, Chain would have rather had 2 of, but he only had the rocket. It didn't stop Nostra from just getting the perfect timing to push through in between the rhythm of the rockets, and then just land some delicious super shotgun to finish the job. But look at the delay between these items now. This is Nostra's opportunity to just bring himself back in, and dare I say even continue to push and maybe take a sizable lead. However, defensive rocket from Chain's good, but he takes so much damage in return. As he now has to disengage, that's going to give Nostra the full control, surely. And actually Nostra going out of his way to just deny even more of the map, and that is the scary side of corrected keep, Dan, is that when someone's even starting to deny lights, you're in trouble.
And at this point now, you know, Nostra has to make a big mistake, or Chain has to do something really spectacular. As I say that, he's done something pretty spectacular to get back into this set.
5-minute warning.
The rocket shotgun. Nostra's still alive, but the Mega is up if he can get across the map. The question is if he can get across the map. He can do for now, but he'll have to give up that heavy in exchange. So, there is a bit of stabilization for Chain here.
Gotta give props to Chain. Although he did go down there, he did so much damage, quite possibly as much as he possibly could. And it just kept him alive. It's kept things even, where now the stack advantage belongs to Chain for yet another time. It has made things a little bit more complicated for Nostra. Nostra was just on the verge of snowballing. He had the entire map in the palm of his hand. However, wait a minute. The drop down damage, Chain. Oh, they trade it out. Who spawns where?
I was going to say that was so nice. He's made the aggressive move to push out and try and pick up that heavy first and foremost, but it doesn't work out, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, sorry, this is Chain. Chain's in a lot of trouble, as Nostra does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Nostra definitely got the more favourable spawn right there. And Chain doesn't have a lot of weapons. I mean, he literally only has this rocket launcher to his name, and he has to try and make it count. But pushing in against someone with an LG who has the high ground and you have a rocket, I mean, you need to just pray that any of those rockets are going to hit direct. There's the only way you're going to get damage. Lovely play there by Nostra to keep you in the most awkward position possible.
Definitely, but Chain's still stabilized. He's got himself a heavy now. He just needs to get himself a lightning gun. You can see you just can't move out into middle map without knowing where your opponent is, because you're just vulnerable. You're sitting duck at that point. And this is exactly why Chain is playing so slow, so passive. He still doesn't know exactly where Nostra is, so you can see how trepidatious this whole situation is for him. He does now move out, and he can go back and get the heavy, but no LG.
And LG is something that Chain really hasn't had much access to at all throughout the course of this entire map. He's been playing so slow and reserved. When you're in that LG position, it can be very easy to get stuck in no man's land, and it's hard to escape. I think Chain has, without question, just prioritized these slightly more protected areas of the map, and it has been working out for him so far. Narrowly, yes, but a lead does belong to him. There's no need to push forward and even use that dual wield at the current situation, excuse me. But the item control, once again, Chain looking good, and time for Nostra is running out.
And once again, we're at a point in the game where there's nothing to separate these two. It should be a matter of time here until Chain extends his lead. The wise thing for Nostra to do is probably just to do as much damage as he can. There's no rush for Chain to finish this off. He's just delaying it until the Mega spawns, really, at this point. And there he goes. He gets his frag for absolutely free in the end. And he's able to pick up this Mega. Nostra will pick up the heavy, but with the items on the same height, it's actually not a bad thing for Chain. Nostra coming in aggressively with the shotgun doesn't do anything though. And this could be it for Nostra.
And I think this is a rather critical moment.
Time to die.
We've seen just how difficult it can be on a map like this when you're far down and you've only got a little bit of time left. You can no longer be as patient as you want to be. Now you're having to just force your way through and it doesn't work. You got to get 4 frags in basically 1 minute, just over. And Chain is going to be comfortable the whole way through because he's got the weapons, he's got the positioning, and to be honest, he has map advantage. This has been a really well played game here from Chain, and it's just bad to worse. Looking like things are going to be a 2-1 here, Dan.
Almost bound to be at this point. You can see Nosfer now throwing absolutely everything at Chain, trying to break down that wall, but Chain has done such a good job all game. There was, again, a large period of the map where he was struggling without the LG, but still was able to keep in it and give up the frag. It is difficult. You are tempted to just push on out. You can get frustrated, but Chain is not one of those players. He stays in games, he keeps them close, doesn't give up unnecessary frags, and exactly why all of his games end up being pretty close in the grand scheme of things. This was another one. It's 10-4 now, you know. A minute ago it was 5-4. So another really close game between these two. And ultimately, 2-1 for Nosfer that was pretty well deserved.
It feels a little bit like this result was how many of us felt it was going to go. I think so many people expected a 2-1, maybe really slightly in that favor of Nosfer, and you look at those 2 map wins, they were both overtimes. And this map just came down to that kind of final breaking point of which the pressure starts to add on, and then obviously those, we should probably say even 3 frags will start to add up, because now you got to push in, you know, you kind of need to push in, hope to, don't use the term get lucky, but you need to have a little bit of good fortune if you're pushing on and your opponent knows that's what you have to do. It just led to a very, very good and impressive final map there for Chain. So, kind of happy that we got really exactly what we expected to get.
It was a great set overall. Really, really enjoyed that set. There was lots of different elements of strategy in there, really high levels of execution across all the maps. And it's nice to see Chain breaking out of his comfort zone on the last map. As I said, don't often see him a corrupted keep, and he played it really well. Not to put on a lot of pressure throughout, but Chain was able to resist and show exactly why he's still a feared opponent. Again, he didn't take the set here, but this was some of the better Quake I've seen from Chain in this series. So hopefully it's, again, another stepping stone onwards. And the same similarly for Nosfer. I thought he played really well. Often we could see him give away needless frags, be slightly too aggressive, and I think we did see that on map 3, but not on map 1 and map 2. Much more careful and calculated, so really well played by both of them.
And it's just nice to see this level. I think this late on into the season, you know, if we can see this kind of methodical play from Chain, especially on a map that we might not see him on as much, and he played it as well as he did. I mean, he was so careful. It's rare that you see someone on Corrupted Keep be able to play as careful as he was the entire time, and especially when we could even see on the X-ray. We spent most of the map looking at that through Chain's point of view, and then every step of the way when Chain's trying to go around this corner and not be caught, Nosfer's just sitting there listening out, and he kind of has a fair idea where he is. So the fact that Chain was able to escape as often as he was thoroughly impressive.
But then we say that, and you look at the scoreboard here, and Chain's done twice as much damage. You know, he was definitely the one that was in the advantage there. So really well played by Chain, and I enjoyed that set thoroughly. And, yeah, map 1 and map 3 actually felt pretty short after map 2 as well.
Well, as we go into the later stages here of the season, this is where I think those kind of matches need to happen. You know, you can look back on those maps that you played really well, the close series that you had. Again, just to keep in mind that Chain hasn't actually played as many matches as Nosfer overall. You know, that's going to start to change the later and later we go on here in the season. But overall, a nice showing from both of our players.
Yep, really nice, and hopefully it puts them in good stead going forward, because, as I said, some of the better Quake I've seen from this season so far.
Well, on that note, it's time to set up for the big matches to finish out the day. So we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, Quake Pro League will show the final 2 series of the day. Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the Quake Pro League, where it's now time for our featured matchups. And as you would expect, they're quite good. My name is Ketchup, joined by ZSX. But it's not just us for the final two matches. If you've watched this show by now, you know we have to reel in the one and only DJ Wheat, who's here again. How's it going, dude?
Yo, what's up? Good morning, everyone. Happy Quake Saturday morning. It's good to be back. Ketchup, it's great to see you. ZSX, also great to see you. And looking forward to these two matches that we've got here.
Well, it's a good thing you do, because it just so happens to be Wenger versus CNZ. So I always love watching these two players go head-to-head. There's just such a degree of... as a combination of natural talent, big brain, like methodical play, pretty much all round. It's just two players that you love to see go head-to-head, because you know you're going to get some world-class Quake. But Dan, I mean, I'm assuming you sort of echo that a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see where these two guys are at. Like I said, CNZ has been going from strength to strength. He's a regular practice partner for most of the pros now, and he does extremely well against all of them. But Wenger's had a bit of a hit and miss season so far, but I know for a fact, as the pressure of finals is cracking down on all of these players, he has risen to that, and how now he's really laser focused. Like, he's been fixing his sleep schedule, his dual supplements, everything is now based around winning that finals, and that's really, really exciting, as all of these players are optimizing their lifestyles as much as their play to get forward to winning the Quake finals.
It's a good opportunity for us to see that focus. Sorry, Marcus, take it away.
No, I was just going to say, just to add on what Dan was saying, is that, you know, the CNZ sitting at the number 8 spot, Wenger sitting at that number 6 spot. I would actually argue that this game is exponentially more important for Wenger, right? I think he wants to be a little bit higher going into that finals. CNZ obviously still wants to be top 8, but Wenger sitting at number 6. That's a scary spot, right? That means that in that first like resolution of a bracket, you could be up against a super powerhouse. Everyone there will be, but I think this is an important one for Wenger this week.
Now, I feel like, on that note, I'd like to look at those picks and bans, because I want to see just how varied this journey is going to be. So the Athena was quite widely removed, as it is. I mean, Athena more and more is starting to get taken out of play. But it'll be Strog versus Ranger, Insomnia. Ooh, the new stuff. I almost feel like I never get a chance to see this map in Pro League, or maybe it's just that when I'm here, the map just doesn't get picked. But Anarchy versus the Scale Bearer. That one very much interests me. Then Ruins of Sarnath Visor was taken away, which I think actually for the likes of CNZ is a really good ban, because he likes those medium champs. We know that he plays very calm and calculated, and for someone that plays exactly like CNZ, Visor is a really dangerous pick, especially on a map like Ruins. So I quite like this pick and ban here, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think you normally see it, but CNZ does play Visor a lot. But looking throughout, I think we finally get to see Deep Embrace today, Wenger's favourite map, so really nice to see that come out. Strog and Pika there is a favourite to him. The Ranger is also very, very good, pretty standard picks. But then, as you said, we move on to Insomnia. I don't think Wenger expected the Scale Bearer pick. So that's throwing a bit of a spanner into the works, and I don't even really know what to make of it. I've seen it in practice a couple of times, but not a huge amount. So that's going to be really interesting, and it's CNZ's map pick. He's picked the scale. He's going to have something up his sleeve there, and he's definitely been hammering that map in practice. So let's see what he can do. I'm a little bit fearful for Wenger, if I'm honest. And then moving on to Ruins, CNZ's going to want to slow the tempo down with that Galena pick. We know how powerful she can be, particularly down in the heavy area, just laying the fortress of totems. The Swarlag is still very, very good. We know how powerful she can be, but the Galena is very strong, particularly in the hands of CNZ. And honestly, I think the series is going to be much closer. I don't think CNZ gets enough respect from a lot of the fan base out there. He's somebody that can and will take series off of the top contenders, and he's gone far into brackets, further than some top players. So this is going to be very close.
Yeah, CNZ is set up to be very surgical in this series, right? I could see Deep Embrace and Ruins, just like you say, if he plays kind of in a CNZ style, I could see him doing some big damage. I think map 2 is just a complete crapshoot. Like, it just seems so incredibly ridiculous that we've got that. But I also can't wait, because that's just going to be an interesting one. The final one, I definitely agree. That is kind of the map of the series for me. I think the big thing's going to be, like, does Wenger show up in his I'm playing out of my mind form? Because some of those advantages that I would see from CNZ's side might be equalized a bit if, right, that Wenger comes out. But as Ketchup said early on, like, watching these two go head-to-head is always pretty interesting. And, you know, I don't know that we've seen that. So is this the matchup in which it would happen? Maybe. I do tend to just kind of side with Wenger a little bit more because of that, but I do think CNZ's set up to have some level of success in this matchup.
I'm excited for map 2, mostly because it's kind of rare that CNZ will do something that some would consider against the grain, and that's what I'm really interested by with this Scale Bearer pick, because, like, I know Scale Bearer is very dangerous. I know he's not everyone's favorite champion to fight anyway, just because of how his kit has been put together. But it's kind of like what Dan mentioned before. When you see someone play a heavy on Insomnia, it's almost always a Sorlag, to be honest with you. There's even in the practice games, you just do not see this champion. I mean, I've personally never seen it. Outside of, you know, deathmatch or whatever, like all the free-for-alls that you play. But absolutely, I'm sure there have been some people that have been working on it a little bit. But my whole point is seeing CNZ have something that is a bit unexpected, that intrigues me to a great amount. And I am curious to see if Wenger can rise to that. You know, whatever is going to get thrown at him here, he needs to be able to adapt. Because 10 minutes is not a lot of time if you're getting overwhelmed by something you haven't really experienced much before. So there really is a lot to take away from that. But before we sort of get into how this match begins, both of our players now readying up. I can see it in lobby chat. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of DJ Wheat and ZSX. So lads, enjoy and take it away.
Thanks, Ketchup. CXX, big matchup here. I mean, for either player, right? Maybe that breakout match for CNZ, and he, you know, he moves up in the ladder. Now, the predictions in chat tell a different story, however. 1.1 million channel points for Wenger and about 200K for CNZ. So, diehard CNZ fans out there, good sticking by. But chat tends to favor Wenger in at least map 1.
I would agree. If I'm going to side with CNZ, it's definitely map 2. I can also see him winning map 3. I think map 1, Wenger, as you pointed out, if he turns up and we all things being equal, I think Wenger should take map 1. It's his map pick. He's extremely strong on it. It favors someone that wants to play offensive, fast Quake. He's got the strong, like, all the ingredients point towards a Wenger victory. But maps 2 and map 3, they're different stories. So I'm gonna say the 1.1 million is a safer bet at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for Wenger, it's going to come down to obviously, you know, how he is playing overall, but movement clearly something that Wenger has as a part of his game plan here. And, you know, watching that sort of fast pace, I'm zooming around and have ultra mobility from Wenger. I've seen him do some pretty amazing stuff. So will that actual strategy work out for him? Well, it's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out. So, but yeah, we're about to get started here with map number 1, as we're going to be going on Deep Embrace. And I actually haven't seen too much Deep Embrace the last couple weeks, but here we are. So we're going to be kicking things off with CNZ, and he's going to use that orb to steal away the heavy.
No.
He gets nailed with the rail on the way down, but what a beautiful opening by CNZ. He takes both of the major items. He might even be set up here, CNZ, for a follow-up frag, and I'll tell you what, out of the gate, this horse is galloping like mad.
I mean, that was couldn't have got a better start. And what I'm also enjoying off the bat as well is just the use of the passive for the Ranger. That's what makes Ranger scary. If you play Ranger at tempo, you use the orb aggressively, use that passive to rocket jump around, get you up to the high ground quickly. Ranger becomes a different animal. It seems he's doing all of that and more. You see the Pika doesn't do a lot of damage, but Venger's going to have to find a way to stabilize. He's on -1. Since he has both items and some damage to follow it up as well. It will be 2 as well. Great rocket into shotgun. He is on form.
Very much on form. It was nicely done, a clean second frag, and Wenger did get some good damage in right there, but CNZ clearly in a much better spot, able to grab that heavy. He lands a great rail on Wenger again. Could even follow up with a third frag here, as his opponent does kind of sneak away and just slither about, but not too many places to run here. Dan, is CNZ's controlling that top middle quite well. He definitely has his timings down here. He's able to even hold off. That orb comes up, and he immediately finds a way to use it. He left Mega behind. The heavy is up. I don't think he's going to be able to grab it. It could be a mistake here.
It is, as Wenger picks up both. You're right. Greedy from CNZ after all his hard work. He's not undone, but he's definitely set himself back a few paces. But he's connecting with everything so far, and I don't think his aim gets enough respect because he's hitting so hard.
Oh my god. He really is. I mean, Wenger had an open, like the window was open suddenly. That's 3 rails in a row. One of them on make it 4 rails. Ooh, coming in for the orb, but stopped short as Wenger getting his first frag. Unfortunately, that just puts him back at 0 as the suicide early on put him at -1. So he needed that to kind of equalize things, but he's still got to do something with this control. Wenger hurt once again. Rocket defensively does do a good job knocking his opponent back, but no armor at all. CNZ also not looking super great, so he can't engage here. But the LGs come out. Nice rail from Wenger. He can't follow up with the second one and will lose the opportunity on that frag, but he stays alive.
But he's getting himself back into this game. You can see the momentum's definitely stabilized for Wenger now. He's got himself positioning. He's hitting some damage. He's got CNZ refined to that side of the map. So he's done step 1 on his journey back to redemption.
And sometimes that can be the toughest step to take, Dan. Like, that could be the hardest
deep
one.
Embrace, yep, definitely.
Yep, for sure. I mean, you just saw that momentum that CNZ kind of compacted over and compounded at the very beginning. So heavy is back up. Both 4 major items back up. We are going to definitely have a little bit of separation here, probably. Nope, not actually at all. As both players fire out some rails and then decide to back off and grab their respective major item. So CNZ on the lower levels, looking for an opportunity. Orb's going to be up in 10. Peeker's going to be up in 10. I'll tell you what, CNZ on just his management overall, his ability management's been great. Every single time it's been up, he says, all right, let's figure out a way to use it. But from the top, Peeker coming down, does get some damage. LG to try to finish it off. Ooh, CNZ with a nice little trail himself, and Wenger almost gets yet another frag, but somehow CNZ gets away.
Yeah, we talked off the bat about how aggressive CNZ was playing, but you pointed out in the intro, CNZ is more known for just setting up shop, digging in his heels, and being really hard to move, and that's what we're seeing now, just breaking down that defensive wall of CNZ, because he hits so hard, is a scary proposition, and Wenger is doing a decent job. He just can't finish off his opponent, and every time he's not able to, CNZ's now restacked and is back on an even playing field.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. When Wenger goes back and watches VOD, he's going to see, 5 health, 10 health, 20 health, and that's rough. There's been a couple times also where Wenger's missed those rails, where CNZ picked up those rails early on. So Peeker doing a little bit of scouting there, not dishing out any damage at all. We're about to hit the 5-minute mark, and just look at the discipline here of CNZ. In fact, popping up to the top, immediately landing a rail. He's not going to be able to get that heavy, but just, the way that he is able to shift gears back and forth between I'm going to be super in your face and aggressive to I'm going to sit here for 10 seconds, make you wonder where the hell I am, and then land a beautiful rail on you. Another nice rocket coming out, but the exchanges between these two have been absolutely magical.
Also sensing a little bit of frustration coming out from Wenger, trying to push up onto the high ground where CNZ was waiting for him. A bit of a rookie mistake from the QuakeCon champion. He has now got CNZ on the ropes again, but can he finish him off? He can't let him go once again. Surely he can't let him go again. This time there is 15 seconds for the Mega, so it should be a matter of time. And that would put Wenger in a perfect position to continue his control of the map.
Yep, and CNC so low. Another one where he is just not able to get him down to 14 points of health. Just a tickle would get rid of him, but Wenger just cannot find him. CNZ not having much luck finding any health, but he's avoiding his opponent, and that's fine. He'll get to it when he gets to it. Now Wenger with a full stack, and he's got to figure out a way to try to make something happen. And there it is, a beautiful direct rocket between the bridge. However, Dan, as you mentioned, the one first step that was important for Wenger, bringing himself back from that -1, equalizing the game, grabbing some control. That was done. Now here's step 2, right? One step towards trying to tie this game up. There's about 3.5 minutes left to do that. Wenger bullies his opponent out of that mega room. Now going to try to get that heavy. He cannot. But Wenger is on the hunt. Unfortunately, that window kind of closed. He had an opportunity, but CNZ's equalized things, so it's going to be fighting on fair ground.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Wenger. He's playing the strong. I thought he could have just slid around the corner and closed down his opponent, but instead he actually lets him get out and pick up a heavy. So not the best from Wenger, and this map is now closing down in terms of time. 3 minutes to go. There's only 2 frags in it. Absolutely nothing, but CNZ's done a great job just to make every frag Wenger's got a trial for the young Italian. And he gets away once again.
I mean, you know, I mentioned movement before, but I gotta say, like, CNC is giving a masterclass on movement with Ranger in this map right now. Wenger, you mentioned the frustration. It's absolutely true. Now, here's an opportunity. He's got him trapped in the side. We will see Peeker go down, but how much longer can CNC keep this up? He tries to orb right into the face of his opponent. It doesn't work out, and now it's a 1 frag game. Now, Wenger has an opportunity, especially with the spawn, try to keep that rail out of the hands of his opponent. He's doing a little bit of chip damage now. However, that heavy was picked up. He's going to have to retreat away from that. He's still got to think about this timer, Dan, as he's down by 1. He can't just throw it all out there. He gets nailed by a rail on the way down. CNZ looking for a second one. He lands it. 11 points of health, and this time Wenger's the one running away, and CNZ can't clean it up.
That was really greedy from Wenger to go for that. He put himself not only in a vulnerable position, but he did so taking a vulnerable route, and CNZ made it pay with 2 rails. Put himself another heavy. It's actually in the right position for him to pick up the next frag, and there you go.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I can't even believe it. It looked like the Peeker was actually maybe going to go in for the kill with the explosion there, but actually it is the orb. And we will get a frag back on this one. Dan, I thought maybe it was over there with CNZ getting that frag, but Wenger off the spawn playing smart. Now he's increased his speed a little bit here, going in on his opponent with that lightning gun. Can he do it? He's got about 1 minute and 15 left. He takes another rail from ZNZ, and that is the real MVP here in this matchup. Going in for some more damage on the Peeker, but Wenger's got to be careful. The time's ticking away. 1 frag to go.
Wenger needs to get himself an item. He's been too busy chasing his opponent around the map. He's almost lost timing, lost positioning. He got himself a Mega as CNZ does let that one go, but heavy has been CNZ's territory, and it will go his way once again, meaning this fight is going to come down to pure execution and positioning.
Going in from this back. Wenger looking for a shot. He knows exactly where his opponent is, and this is smart here by CNZ. He's staying in the middle. He's able to see both sides, avoid when he can, but there's the rail coming out from Wenger, answered back by CNZ. He's going to get back up there. Mega's going to be up here in a moment. Great defensive rocket from CNZ as he's now just gone to the other side of the wall. And this is going to be rough here. 20 seconds remaining. There's the heavy. He's got to go for it in the back area. Can he find CNZ? He's got an idea on where he's at. No, he turns around. He goes the other way, Dan. He's got to know that he's back there. He's got 9 seconds to do
he's
it.
gone the wrong way.
The wrong way again. And CNZ doing his best solid snake impression inside the cardboard box completely. Completely jukes Wenger for the map 1 win. You have to give him credit for the way that he played that map when he needed to be aggressive early off of the starting block. Boom, he was aggressive. When he needed to slow it down, CNZ really did it. The tempo was set and chosen by CNZ the entire matchup, and despite the fact that Wenger actually, I think, still played pretty well, CNZ takes the win.
Well deserved, I think. Obviously, a huge credit to that victory goes to the phenomenal start he got. A couple of frags straight off the bat, but you can see, and this is what we did talk about a bit, CNZ has this ability to get under players' skins. He rattled Wenger because he does everything so well. There was no, every time Wenger tried to make a move, CNZ was repelling him, and that is incredibly frustrating. You never see Wenger look that disorientated on a map. You can see actually double the damage in rail from CNZ. You don't ever see that against Wenger. He played phenomenal, and can't discount how difficult it is to play on that map on the back foot, which after his start he did for pretty much the whole time. He played slow, he played safe, he rotated the item, he kept presence of mind to stay on the map when Wenger was just running around like a headless chicken. CNZ was working around that, and so it was deserved from start to finish.
Yeah. I mean, chat right now is either huffing copium or just celebrating as the channel points went onto CNZ's side. And you know, someone asked a question in chat. Why do people keep underestimating CNZ? And I think it's it is a good question. You know, my answer to that would be that CNZ is actually someone that I don't underestimate. It's just I'm not sure which CNZ I'm going to see, right? I would say that CNZ's biggest issue has been overall consistency. If CNZ played every single map the way that he just played versus Wenger, right, like that's, I think, his full potential right there. So it's, to me, it's more just being able to see more of that consistency. Now, throughout the last couple seasons, like, CNZ's had a pretty interesting story. If y'all remember, when he came in through Challengers, he had a great run through the brackets. So everyone knows that that potential's there. Maybe, you know, maybe that time has come, ZSX, and I don't know, the next 2 map is going to help us get one step closer to figuring that out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And CNZ, as you said, the consistency is there. I think the other side of it is, for me, he's sometimes struggled in the past with adapting when things aren't going his way, if strategies aren't going his way. He has the ability to play aggressive and defensive, but sometimes he's struggled mixing of when to use each one of those. And we've seen him lose like 20-30-0 because he's just gone full out aggressive and doesn't adapt. We've also seen him lose by small score lines because he's been too defensive and not been able to pick up the pace. So finding that balance is just a sign of maturity, which he's definitely growing into now.
But now we move on to map number 2, Dan, and we got Scale versus Anarchy, a matchup that you don't hear read out too often, but it does happen, this time on Insomnia. And I'm a little scared for Wenger here, right? I mean, this has the recipe for massive, massive disaster, where he could literally be just manhandled and bullied by CNZ if caught out wrong, you know, a bad inject on his part. So I'm looking to CNZ to see how he's going to play this and control this one. We do see it come out immediately, bull rush into the inject, and now it's going to be LG versus LG, and Wenger handles it pretty nicely. Gets that inject in, goes to lower levels, pulls out the LG, cancels bull rush effectively, and then we have, you know, we have the first frag on the board. So Wenger, can he keep that up now for 10 minutes? That's going to be the real question here.
Well, I was about to say, this map is really interesting to watch because it really did not favor the skill set of a scale bearer. The speed and stack is nice, but the bull rush you can easily outmaneuver because the geometry of the map definitely favors air control. It definitely favors the Anarchy. And so, you know, a smart player like Wenger should be able to work around the scale bearer. And that's exactly what we're seeing already. That air control is more powerful than just the stack of a scale bearer.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned with the geometry, it lets, you know, hypothetically, we're like putting this down on paper, the Anarchy should have some advantage from just playing a ranged game, right? Good mobility here. Here's another nice exchange. There comes the inject. I don't know if he's going to be able to clean that one up. He cannot. But I think that Wenger's is like, okay, if I hit my rails, I can position myself really well. Scale's a real big target, so I shouldn't have too much problem with that. And so far, that's worked for him here. And there's not too many places where the rush is going to be, right, really beneficial to CNZ. So far, that's what we've seen in these open moments. I think, right, remember CNZ kind of slowing it down and trying to create some traps in map number 1 and in other games that we've seen him? That's what he's going to need to resort to doing. He's going to need to get in the head of Wenger in that way and surprise him and then try to make something happen off of that. So he's going to try right here. No, LG reigns supreme yet again as Wenger puts number 3 on the board.
Yep, and Wenger's playing nice fast tempo, keeping the pressure on CNZ. CNZ struggling to even get a major item at this point in the map, and you know, he picked this map, he picked this champion. We came into this assuming he had some sort of almost cheesy game plan up up his sleeve, but we haven't seen anything that would suggest that so far. He's just trying to play a normal game as Insomnia and bull rush into his opponent. And, you know, it's not working at the moment.
Yeah.
And we did praise CNZ a lot on map 1, but we have to take into consideration he was up the entire time. What does he have up his sleeve to play from behind?
Very nicely done as frag number 4 comes on Wenger's side. He was a little sticky situation there, but Inject helped him at least finish his opponent off one last time. And yeah, I don't think necessarily the approach that we're seeing, although LG coming out from CNZ this time, it's on point and he gets his first frag. This is going to be the real telling portion, right? Can Wenger get back? Ooh, caught out coming around the corner. Trying to get some damage off, but can Wenger keep or get back some level of control? Can CNZ capitalize off of that frag that he got? That's going to be the big question I'm looking at right now, as we are 4 minutes into this one. Still a lot of game to play here, and CNZ is down by 3.
What Wenger's doing a great job of is just doing this chip damage, making sure that the Scale Bearer stack is manageable, and it's really nullified the aggression from CNZ. The first minute or two we saw him just trying to run at Wenger. Now he's learnt his lesson, he's got a lot more respect, and Wenger's just keeping on top of that. So it's changed the dynamic of the game already just a few minutes in.
Some rails fired and missed on both sides. I think rail has been incredibly crucial so far in this map. Allowed Wenger to open up his first little bit. Using Bull Rush to do, I'm not even sure what, but he takes the LG from the upper levels, and Wenger with an easy frag there, not really losing much of anything, a little bit of health as he gets some armor stack back. And yeah, I don't know what CNZ could be doing differently other than just, like, unfortunately giving up some control to try to set up a trap, but that's not really going to yield much either. So I feel like CNZ's a bit stuck right now.
He is. You can see the game plan with the Bull Rush is just to do that. So Wenger needs to play the high ground to stop that from happening. He can't just be standing on the item. So I'm not very happy with that situation, but that's a Scale Bearer for you. That just happened. But at the same time, you have the opportunity to do a lot of damage to your opponent. And I agree, there's not much CNZ can be doing. That's the start. Make sure he does able to control that item now. Keep on top of Wenger. You can see the pressure coming on. He's closing the gap already. So this is what he wanted out of the Scale Bearer.
Someone said, I don't know what CNZ could be doing differently. Not playing Scale. Well, that unfortunately time has passed, hasn't it? So, yeah, now CNZ has been able to bring that back, doing a little bit of, getting in the face of Wenger off of some of these opportunities. I'm surprised he's even been able to chase, but he's managed to make it happen. So another opportunity, great rail from Wenger. He is going to get that eject out. He sees his opponent, bull rush through that teleporter, but it's not going to matter. And this actually then serves as an opportunity here for Wenger, possibly getting that rail. But no, it's CNZ who lands the rail, and Wenger with only 16 points of health. CNZ now trying to get that final hit as he picks up the Mega. He knows exactly where his opponent is. He's given up chase now, but he cannot find him. But look at that stack from CNZ. This is where he is most deadly.
After giving away so many early frags, you can really see how the momentum has changed.
No!
Yeah, Wenger is struggling now.
Oh, no.
Oh no, he's stuck in the royal area. He does get out as he hits a good early rocket, but the pressure's on for Wenger as CNZ is incredibly close to tying up this game after looking almost futile for the first few minutes. Here's another easy frag, and Wenger, he's the one struggling now.
And I don't even know if I could tell you what CNZ is tweaked here, right?
He just got items.
And that's it, right? He got some control, and eventually I think Wenger can't keep up with that, right, with that stack advantage that CNZ creates. So
Yep.
there it is. Maybe CNZ is like, haha, you guys are all idiots. I'm playing the long con here, right? Like, sure, this might not look like it's going to work out, but I'm going to essentially chip away at Venger's play. If I'm controlling all these light armors, if I'm getting both major items, like eventually there's not going to be much that Wenger can do other than run. And somehow CNZ has been able to maintain a speed and chase against his very quick opponent. So we're tied up. 2 minutes left to go. Crucial moments here. Venger's not showing himself at all. Does land a nice defensive rocket. We're going to see CNZ back down here. He is in rail danger territory. He does pick up another 25, but now it seems like Venger's done the exact same thing back to CNZ.
But Wenger's done the hard thing, which is getting that stack down to a manageable level. When CNZ was running around absolutely fully blown, it was incredibly difficult. But now the momentum once again is back in Wenger's corner. He can start raising the tempo, and that's when he was making it look easy. When he was the one taking the angles, he was the one playing quick. That's when the scale's vulnerable. So CNZ's time to try and stabilize now, which he's done. He's got himself a mega, and he's slowed the pace down. You can instantly see that change in strategy. He just needs some lights, and he'll be more than happy to go forward. He's got the bull rush. He might even try to use it for the next heavy.
I think he's exactly what he's going to do. Is he actually slows down yet again. 1 minute warning. We could go into sudden death overtime. Big moment here. CNZ could take a victory over Wenger with a win on this map. Otherwise, we'll go to a decider in map 3. Either way, we are going to see it. And out of the teleporter, CNZ catches a glimpse of his opponent. Bull rush to grab the mega. LG in the fight in the back hallways. The rail hits CNZ down to 15 points of health. Wenger knows it.
What?
Oh my God, CNZ! Oh my God! Wenger with the 360 shotgun blast out of the side, but CNZ knows his opponent is weak. He's going to go for it. Defensive rocket coming out by Wenger, but another shot, so very low. One more hit. CNZ decides to double back for the heavy. He's got to give himself some level of advantage, but he's got to catch his opponent too. Wenger still on the run. There is the mega. He's got everything. If he lands this, he's going to be set up beautifully for a potential overtime, but it's not going to happen. 3, 2, 1. And Wenger pulls it out in the last moment.
Once again,
unreal.
A flying start wins the game. That was another incredibly close map. Incredibly close.
Unreal. Yeah, one point game. Almost went to overtime there. Both players, I think, played really well. It just there were moments, right, where it was back and forth. Clearly in this player's hand. Clearly in this player's hand. I'm not even sure the breakdown for that final frag there by CNZ, but you know, Wenger pulls it out, and man, he ran.
He did after the start, where he just ran at his opponent. He had to run a lot in that mid game as CNZ had full control. We saw the power of the scale bearer. When you're able to stabilize, you have that bull rush to be able to steal away items pretty much for free, particularly that mega. You can get in and out instantly. He used it for the heavy once, which opened up the game. Wenger actually mispositioned waiting on the item when he should have been high ground. He learned his lesson and didn't make that mistake again. So there was definitely merit to the scale bearer, but it's a niche pick, and Wenger was able to work around it.
Yeah, and both players had some real nice shots throughout that. Both players exercised some control. You know, I do think that CNZ's strat was kind of like just gobble up, be the Pac-Man, pick up all the items, try to just get control that way, and then try to essentially constrict Wenger on the map. It was a little bit harder to do, I think, with Anarchy. Wenger did have some pretty good injects, but I still feel like that could have gone either way. And was that the championship pressure and kind of Wenger knowing what to do there? Well, I thought CNZ slowed it down a couple of times in a real smart way too. So I am so excited, Dan, that we are going to a third map to decide this one. You know, think about Ruins, classic map. You've got a character champion mashup that I think is, you know, really is quite good. I do think that Galena can definitely take the upper hand. I think that depends a lot on Wenger's ability to clear out the totems and how he's going to use Spit to zone. A little bit more air control there, but this is a great third map to have a decider for the series on.
It is. I think it's a bit of a test for Wenger because he's been definitely struggling and frustrated against CNZ. I thought CNZ's been pretty stable in both maps, and I also know Wenger's struggled on Ruins in the past. He gets very frustrated on this map, but particularly if CNZ, as you say, can slow the pace down, it gets to you. And so Wenger needs to keep his cool, not try and force the issue, whereas CNZ just needs to keep what he's doing. He's not going to be able to play too fast as a Galena. You want to be getting that overstack up, and that will naturally force you to play slightly slower. And his rail's been on form pretty much throughout, so he was losing some of the angles on the last map, whereas on map 1 he was winning them. So definitely concentrate on getting the earlier angles over Wenger, and he should be in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I'm curious to see what happens here at the channel points as Wenger still tend to be favored here for map number 3, but I think it's a coin flip on this one, and it's hard to say. The opening moments definitely going to be very, interesting. I think I'm still going to be thinking about that CNZ opener on Deep Embrace for a while. It was just so perfect. I mean, the timing on where his opponent spawned, like everything. So how is this going to play out? Also expect to see some like ups and downs and ebbs and flows overall in this one. Like CNZ has shown, I'm ready to slow down if I need to. I could absolutely see something like that happen here on Ruins. But agree that Wenger has struggled on this map, so it's his time to shine. But CNZ definitely in a good position to potentially steal it away here.
And yeah, it would be an upset. I mean, already I'd be surprised if there's any channel points left in the community because both those maps have gone the reverse way as expected. So let's hope this restores the balance.
Yes, indeed. We'll find out very, very soon as the countdown has begun and they say fight, and we're looking at Wenger's eyes, and he's going to get the Mega while his opponent will get the Heavy. Now, Wenger's going to obviously position himself at the top level. Just waiting for his opponent, gathering intel, trying to find out where he is. He knows at least, that he got the Heavy and knows the timing of it. So let's see what he does. So we get the first totem cleared out. Rockets exchanged from both players. So Wenger now with a really great idea of where his opponent is. They are going to go ahead and swap major items here. And I would say this is a pretty standard start here so far on Ruins.
Yeah, Wenger's gone out of his way to make sure CNZ can't set himself up early down by the Heavy. He knows that's where CNZ wants to be. He wants to build that totem fortress down there. Yep. So he's just taken that away as an opportunity. He hasn't got an LG either, so he's a bit afraid to push out onto mid-map.
Let's see. He's being very, very quiet about it. Mega is up. It hasn't been picked up yet, so we're going to have some time here. I'm going to flip to CNZ really quick just to see. Yeah, he's waiting for it. He wants to separate these two to give himself the window of opportunity. Of course, that also means that you're giving that window to your opponent if the first battle doesn't really go your way. But surgical indeed by both players. I like CNZ delaying the Mega a little bit. Wenger has no idea when that is. There he's going to throw the spit out to try to zone at the bottom. He's going to grab that Heavy, but now a great opportunity for Wenger to go up. He turns around, sees that Mega isn't there. How long is he going to wait around for it? Opponent coming around from the corner. CNZ landing a rail, and this is going to be pretty big for Wenger here. Boom, he grabs it, and he needed it badly. CNZ is hurting, and now Wenger in a really good spot considering he knows the timing of both of these and has the stack to fight it out there. A nice rocket. He follows up with the second one around the column, and beautifully done as Wenger's on the board first.
Yeah, he had no right to do that. CNZ knew what was up. He set up early, but the rockets were perfection from Wenger. But you could see the cat and mouse here fighting for control of the Heavy area. And as you rightly pointed out, some good rails from CNZ, but he just did enough to pick up that. And taking away those totems is also really valuable. It sets CNZ back in terms of his long-term game. So nicely done by Wenger. And he's respecting CNZ. He knows exactly what CNZ wants to do, and he's playing his game for him.
Wow, those rails from CNZ. He's going to come back down for a second chance, and he does get knocked up by a beautiful rocket, but LG cleans him up, and that's going to tie us up 1-1. Good setup there by Wenger, but even better breakthrough by CNZ as he went back in for it and is playing really, really smart now. Takes a lot of plasma as he goes in for that Mega. The LG battle still ensues, and look at, I mean, CNZ picked up the Mega too, so Wenger actually did a ton of damage there, but not enough. Now CNZ with the lead by 1.
Yeah, CNZ's aim is on point. Definitely doing more damage in these engagements. He's also got the jump on Wenger in a few of these situations as well, so Wenger needs to be careful. There's a good return rail. CNZ is set up, he has to drop because he knows Wenger's going to be pressuring that Mega, as he does, but now there's nothing up for a while, so CNZ needs to be careful.
Yeah, this is actually a tough spot. Like, that was one of those rails that Wenger won't realize how important that rail was until much, much later when he goes back and rewatches this. But CNZ's left. He's got to extend so far outside of his own rotation to grab that 1 armor stack because he's got nothing. And right now, Wenger's sitting with a great stack. He's able to put himself in a position. He's setting up a little trap, as we're seeing there on our screens. Now, CNZ's going to get that LG's been working out quite good for him. Actually, he is shooting a 41% LG right now, and he's caught down below. He immediately has to go ahead and get out of there. 4 minutes on the clock. The heavy is going to be back up. It's going to go to Wenger, and now he's going to rotate over to Mega. So he's in a good position. CNZ's just going to play this as smart as he can.
He's got the overstack up at the next round of his totem, so he's not too bothered at the moment. Not sure if he's lost timing though, so he's just waiting around for Wenger to make a mistake, but Wenger's not going to do that, and he has to get out of dodge. And Wenger's also not going to chase because he knows how vulnerable he is. So there's the other stack, and now CNZ's sitting pretty. He's got himself a light as well, so he's actually okay. He's not,
yeah.
It's not the end of the world. Once you've given away the items, it almost doesn't make sense to contest until you do the pre-damage, because your opponent's going to be stacked nonetheless.
He's going to go in for it anyway. Spit coming out. LG2 completely dodges the spit. Oh no, he takes 1 tick and then the rail.
No way.
Oh my gosh, to tie it back up. He did the dance and Wenger pulls it off. Now we're tied yet again. Wenger with a beautiful rail. Oh my god, the double rail from the top. That is not an easy angle to hit, but he makes it look so simple. Dan, 2-3 now. Wenger finds himself now in the lead for the first time since the initial frag.
Both of which have been crazy close frags. CNZ pushing him to the wire, but he's done so. He's now trying to contest for this Mega, and Wenger's going to have to respect that. But can he even defend this heavy? That is the big question. CNZ, he doesn't have a rocket. It's going to be a tough fight for him. I don't think he does have a rocket, so this is actually risky for CNZ. Wenger could dance around the pillars, swap into the rail, and hits a lovely fadeaway shot. So it works out okay for CNZ in the end.
Yeah. Oh, and another rail. Uh-oh, both players very, very low. Clears out 1 totem, 2nd totem. That's going to be good for Wenger, but he has no health. He's got, he's going to be in a world of hurt here as he's going to try to top himself back up, finding or looking for any place where his opponent might be. Now, meanwhile, CNZ is going to use this opportunity after kind of capitalizing there to grab both of our major items, and suddenly it is CNZ with the better stack here. And he talked a little bit earlier about him getting the overstack and how he put himself in a good spot. Ended up losing that battle overall, but he's definitely fighting back.
Yeah, it's cat and mouse now as Wenger's the one on the back foot, having to dart away for CNZ to make a mistake. Last time it was a huge contest for the Mega. We'll see what time it is. But Wenger's done a good job of just managing the map and picking up basic stack.
Wow, that spit actually getting some good damage there as well. The Mega's going to be back up. Wenger knows exactly where his opponent is. He definitely grabbed it. Oh my gosh, on the drop down! What? What? That was like 200 LG damage and still manages to get it, tying it back up. CNZ now with an opportunity. I can't believe it. It looked for sure like Wenger was going to have a good drop on him, but CNZ...
Yeah, Wenger couldn't believe it either, Wheat. He was not happy, but CNZ has full control. What can you expect? Wenger's done nothing in terms of damage, so it was always going to be a hard fight nonetheless. He's so early for these items, but he has no choice. He has to make a big move to stay in this set, but CNZ is just chunky, pushing his way in safely, playing distance game, exchanging rails, but Wenger hits 2 back to back. And that was the big move he needed.
That absolutely was. Wenger is very, very low. However, in fact, he went up the jump pad. I think he hurt his opponent and immediately just dropped back down. Unfortunately, nothing that CNZ could do. And now Wenger's got to do everything to try to hold on to this one frag lead. And you know, actually, given his setup here with Spit, and he can't just give full control away. He's got to still keep in this, because if it were to go to overtime, he cannot find himself in a bad spot. So clearing totem's going to be his strategy here as he navigates throughout the map. His opponent about ready to come up. I think that CNZ might actually go ham here as he's going to pick up. There he waits for that mega, trying to hit the rail. Oh my God, Wenger decides to go for it. He's a madman as rockets are flying everywhere towards him. His opponent now coming in hard. No! Why? Why?
He's gonna die. He's gonna.
Oh my
he died anyway.
freaking way! Are you kidding me right now?
I think what Wenger wanted to do was to bait CNZ out, but it ended up being a full committal. Somehow CNZ gets away but dies anyway. This is insane. And with just less than a minute to go, CNZ has to make something happen. What a rail to hit the feet! That will set CMC back from making any sort of advance, but he's going to have to find a way to do something, and it's not going to happen for CNZ.
And that's mega for Wenger. He takes the rail from the top, but all he's got to do is pitch the tent right here.
Yeah, he doesn't need to move.
He does not need to move at all. He can go defensively pretty much from wherever he's at. He decides he's going to try to style a little bit here to just make it work. But he's got 15 seconds to potential victory. And I got to say, I feel like this is actually a CNZ upset in terms of him not winning this one. There's the final 5 seconds, and the chase is on, but it's not going to matter. Wenger, the acid, is the real MVP of Game 3. The Spit does its job. 4-5, another ridiculously close match, but Wenger pulls it out 2-1. We brought Ketchup back. I can't wait to hear what he thinks about that game. Unbelievable from start to finish.
The whole series was fantastic, but that one ending in particular with the acid tick, obviously we are like a small amount ahead live compared to like the stream and that, so I saw it happen here. The first thing I did was look at my other monitor, put the stream on, and I just looked at the chat and just waited for the reactions. It's so unfortunate that he just didn't manage to get that totem heal. I mean, a few frames later maybe he would have been able to get away with it. But what a fitting end to such an absolute nail-biter of a series. And that's even the second map was able to deliver because of just how close it was to being a full comeback. And then even on on Insomnia, we were able to see Wenger kind of catch a real pattern that CNZ was cycling around the map. I was watching that whole map through CNZ's point of view for the Scale Bearer, and right when he managed to get that one sort of like bull rush on the armor and get the classic Scale Bearer kill, started to get those 4 frags, he was following like a complete circuit around the map, and he was soaking everything up, and it looked like, how is anyone going to be able to stop this kind of momentum? And Wenger, being the adaptive player that he is, was able to very much catch wind of that pattern and then started getting those kind of preemptive rails and stuff like that. So that was just a taster of what the final map would be, but definitely series of the day. I mean, it was.
Agreed.
It couldn't have been closer. It couldn't have been closer.
I mean, I know we have one more featured match left, so we might eat those words, but that was pretty damn amazing through and through. Dan, what are your final thoughts on that one?
I thought that last map was very reminiscent of old school Wenger, you know, just playing almost hyper defensive, hitting all the clutch shots, heavy on the rockets, heavy on the rail, just pulling magical stuff out. But overall, you know, I think there's a lot of people out there that will look at this and go, maybe CNZ is maybe better than I thought. And he showed today how close it was. Every single map decided by a frag. CNZ consistent with the 4 frags across the board. Couldn't have been any closer, and that map won. That's the one I expected Wenger to win easily, and it was the complete reverse. So well played by CNZ throughout, and Wenger will have to go away, and I'm sure he won't be entirely happy even with the victory that it was so close.
It was a good game, though. That's it. Of that, we can very much all agree. But, unfortunately to say, folks, we actually only have time for one more series. The games have been so good, I wish we could just have hundreds more. But we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to set up Rafa versus Maxter, our final series of the day. Take a quick break after that one. We all need it. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, for the last time today. You're currently watching Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by DJ Wheat and ZSX. It's time for the featured matchup, the second and final. It's going to be Maxter going up against Rafa. Gents, what do we think of this match? I guess we'll start with you, Dan.
I mean, we all know I love a bit of Maxter. He's somebody that has the potential to upset. I think it's less expected now. He's more in that position where that's who he is. We know what he brings. I do think Rafa's been on a bit of a tear recently, though, and is looking better and better. And it's always going to be the case as we're closing in towards finals that he steps up his training. So I would still side with the 3-0 Rafa. But again, if it's a 2-1 Maxter, it's definitely deserved and he can do it. But I still think it's going to be a 3-0 Rafa.
Yeah, Maxter's still kind of going through, and has been for a while, but a journey. I still love how sort of stoic he is when he plays, and we even see that in game as well as on his player cam. But I agree. Like Rafa, I think looking at the fact that this is the final stretch, he definitely wants to be as high up in the rankings as he possibly can. I mean, traditionally, that's where he has been. You know, well, I think this will. I mean, if we get anything like we got in the last match, that'd be great. I'm all here for it. But I do believe that Rafa is potentially out for blood here. So Maxter's definitely got to be the one to really step things up and maybe bring something he hasn't brought before. Much harder to do than it is to say, but we'll have to see. Maybe the picks and bans will reveal something.
Funny you should mention that, mate, because they're ready. That layer 1 begins, so we can at least get something to work with. As Ruins of Sarnath is first. Strog versus Ranger. Again, really nothing surprising here whatsoever. Blood Covenant is going to be the Battle of the Lights. Athena and Slash have both made it in, which has been uncommon today. And then after that, it's going to be Awoken. Nyx versus the Sorlag. And Rafa with the side of Nyx, we've just seen how calculated he can be, and he plays around that Ghost Walk so well that even against the likes of a heavy champion, I'm curious to see how Rafa can pull this one forward, I suppose. But I guess, Dan, we'll start with you. Anything here really tickle your fancy?
I think obviously map 2, Athena versus Slash is always going to be really exciting. We know how amazing the Slash is, but a well-played Athena can pretty much counter anything, particularly on a map like Blood Covenant when you have the verticality to play around. Athena can outplay Slash. Can Maxter Athena outplay Rafa's Slash? That's a different question. Because if you get on the back foot as an Athena against a stack Slash, it's a nightmare. So
yeah,
that's really interesting. And also Awoken, just because there's a Nyx on the table doesn't mean it's an automatic win. Because if you get on the back foot as a Nyx, you're going to have to play defensive. And that's not the way Rafa wants to play. He can definitely do it, but it means he's still vulnerable. So if Maxter can get ahead of steam there on the Sorlag and really pressure the Nyx, it'll be a close game, and you can always lose it in Nyx because you can't assert yourself. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there on the third map. I do think that number 2 is pretty interesting. You know, we've seen Rafa actually favor some Athena picks, even on Blood Covenant. We've also seen Maxter, I think, actually last week picked Athena versus his opponent Dramus on Awoken. I remember this map pretty well because I remember saying Maxter played out of his mind, but his Athena play was a C. So that's really going to have to be, his Athena play is going to need to be an A versus Rafa on Blood Covenant. So that's something I'll be looking for. But Maxter played really well last week. I'd like to see him push Rafa as far as he possibly can push him. I still tend to favor also potentially a 3-0 with Rafa here.
It's hard to argue with Rafa's current form, and of most players, that really tends to be what people say of Rafa all the time. Curious to see what the people at home think. I know people always have their favourite players that they will kind of support through thick and thin, which is definitely the way to go. But with someone like Rafa, it's always hard to vote against him, even in dominant fashion, because he just looks so good versus so many players. And as Dan quite rightly pointed out, as we have this build up towards the all-important World Finals, that is where Rafa's going to just step everything up, all the way up to 11. So it looks like both of these players are now readying up. So Dan, thank you so much, but you're going to be able to join the people at home and have the best seat in the house for this one. And it'll be myself and Wheat taking you through the action of our final series of the day, night, evening, wherever you are. It's the last one. So, DJ Wheat,
Yeah,
Rafa.
so interesting little tidbit here, catch up, is that in the first Wenger versus CNZ game, there was like 1.2 million channel points for Wenger and then 200,000 for CNZ. CNZ won that. Now, you'd think in a Rafa Maxter matchup, you would see similar numbers, but what I would suspect is that so many people lost so many channel points, catch up, in that match that now they don't even have enough to predict on this one. Only 500,000 for Rafa, Maxter sitting at 130. And I don't know, did it have an effect on the channel points market? Either way, I'm looking forward to this.
It messed the whole economy up, didn't it?
Yeah,
it really
I know,
messed everything
I know.
up.
It was rough. It was rough. But I like what we see here in the picks. I think we're gonna know really quickly here in game one, like how both players are feeling and which way that it's gonna go. But gonna start, ended last map or match on Ruins. Gonna start this match on Ruins, and then I like that we'll pick up the speed as the maps go on.
I always love watching Ruins. It just gives a perfect idea of how everything else might go. You have this first map, we get to see what's the pressure like, how does someone play defensive if they need to, what's the rail situation looking like. I think we all get a lot of information over how everyone's shaping up when we start things off here on Ruins, and that's where we're going to be now. Rafa versus Maxter, looking things through Rafa's point of view first, to the surprise of no one, honestly. But getting a decent spawn, I mean, you've got the mobility anyway, and now you've got access to LG and rail. That's pretty much everything you need to establish some kind of early pressure. And looks like Maxter missing that opening rail is going to give Rafa exactly the pressure that he's looking for. Because now as these items will respawn, Maxter has already been relegated to the, dare I say, rather predictable areas of the map. And Rafa catches him straight away, having a perfect start. That's not good for Maxter.
It's really not good for Maxter. In fact, look at this. Instead of going for either major item, which he knows is up, he decides instead to just go for blood. Now, he did give up the Mega at this point. I don't think he's going to also give up the heavy, but maybe so. He's looking for the kill here, trying to land that rail. Not going to happen. Finally, he'll drop down. That is going to put a lot of time in between these major items, about 15 seconds. But look at the tri-bolt raining down from above. That is what I would consider acid rain. Another triple stack of tri-bolt hits, and Rafa and Maxter both incredibly low, and it's Maxter who gets that frag, tying it back up 1-1.
It's certainly not every day that you see someone get that much mileage out of a single tri-bolt with a little bit of machine gun sprinkled in. I mean, that whole play began because Rafa was looking to be hyper aggressive. Happy to let Maxter take the Mega because ultimately you only had a machine gun. What does he have to worry about? But somehow the whole sequence just slipped through his fingers. That is a rare occurrence for the likes of Rafa, and it has snowballed into one extra frag here as Maxter currently sitting on 2-1. Rafa having to do a little bit of work to kind of stabilize this. Doesn't have an LG, doesn't have a rail, so this is going to be a very tricky fight for him to take. However, he needs to make sure he can escape with some kind of win, but even then, Maxter using that defensive rail to shut down Pika. Rafa doesn't have a rail of his own. He wasn't going to be able to return the cooldown and get some free damage. However, Maxter jumping completely on top of him, teleports behind! Dude, wheat. This has been a fantastic 2 minutes for Maxter. Off a really bad start, he is recovering and then some. Oh, and again!
Yeah, I mean, nice decision-making, good frags. He's hitting his shots. He gets the conversion frag. A beautiful dire orb came out there, just perfectly positioned to be able to pick up that frag. And that is going to put suddenly Maxter up by 3. He's got a pretty comfortable grasp on the map right now. I mean, trying to hold on to control. Rafa's still hitting some insane shots. There was a double rail that's going to do an enormous amount of damage. In fact, put Rafa in a position where he might be able to pick up the pace here a little bit. But Maxter was such a great start here in the first 3 minutes of this game. Now, I by no means am counting out Rafa in this situation at all. I think Maxter's been making all the right moves. He's got to keep this up. I think he can take this one to the limits like we were asking for, but Rafa, he knows his opponent's still hurting, on the hunt, might be able to pick this one up right here, and there it is now, 4-2, still in favor of Maxter.
A lot of Rafa's strategies have been hindered by just the fact that his rail has been inconsistent. You know, he's fired about 16 rails, and he's hit 6 of them. But now he needs to really hit those shots. He's starting to do just that. Even the early plans that he put forward, like pushing forward on Maxter, letting him take the Mega. The rails weren't really where they should have been. I think that's really what kept it behind. However, they trade. Who spawns where? That's the question, Rapper. Rails spawn, and even better, heavy side. So that really couldn't have gone better for him.
Yeah, that was so interesting, that exchange right there. Another great, exchange from these two, and Maxter still up by 1. Rails exchanged yet again. And both players really, really playing well. Maxter waiting for his opponent outside the exit of that teleporter and does manage to get the frag. And another great rail off the spawn, trying to clean it up, has a peeker heading right for him. He does manage to hit even more damage. And God, the Tri-Bolt... 92 damage on that. Yeah,
92!
I don't think he's going to get it. Oh, what? Catch up. He lands the rail, and Maxter taking his lead back up to 4.
Raptor's going to have a fair amount of work to do if he wants to bring this one back. We haven't even hit the 5-minute warning, so by all means, as a wise man once said, there's still time, but looking at the next item. Mega's in play. Rafa's going to pick this one up for free, and importantly has all the weapons he could ever want. But Maxter's ability to just be unkillable, annoying as anything, it's been working out well for him. But that's kind of why we always like watching Maxter, because really, no matter who he's against, there's just this level of rock solidness and confidence in Maxter's gameplay. Oh, wow. Wee. Air assault.
Yeah, that was super nice. Rafa looking to try to stay alive. Is he going to be able to snag this one? His opponent knows he's weak. They're both hurting pretty bad. He does manage to run away as the red is flashing, and both of these players not in good health at all. Big rocket, a second one, and Rafa keeping cool, bringing it back 5-7. Maxter, though, I'll tell you what, Ketchup. I mentioned the game last week where we were not hooting and hollering over Maxter's Athena play, but we were just like, he's playing out of his mind. He's making great decisions. He's landing all his rails, and that's what he's done in this game. But now he has kind of activated Rafa. That's what we're seeing right now. Rafa looks like he is, look at this aim, the rockets into the LG combo, and he's now tied it back up suddenly. It was a 4-frag lead for Maxter. It's now tied 7-7. Rafa's going to keep that pressure on. He's got to finally back off, but both players putting out a great display of Quake this morning.
I'm really liking the play that we saw just a couple of frags ago when Rafa was near the Mega. Both of them were right near the Mega. It was when Maxter was near Nail too. So many players would have been so tempted to just push forward and take the Mega immediately, but Rafa prioritized getting a bunch of armor first. And it was the existence of the armor that made that fight way more beneficial for him. Anyway, enough of that, as it's a couple of minutes in the past already. Here comes a fight breaking out. Rafa going to go into a rather scary situation. Most people don't like jumping down where he currently went, but you got the speed, the opponent's far away, who cares? However, now Maxter, ooh, you're right, that was a lovely rail. Oh, what are some of these shots that we're seeing on this map?
Just think about that level of map awareness to Rafa hitting that shot, that rocket that he just threw out. Again, having an idea where his opponent is at, it just goes to show what practice can do for you on a map like this. And the intensity of these two players as they continue to throw out some of these attacks at each other, they are truly drive-bys in the fastest sense. And now Rafa trying to stay on that top, looking for an opportunity, grabs himself some more rail ammo, and now, Maxter's stack has been better pretty much the entirety of the matchup. There, that was a rail that was much needed. Peeker does come out. We have the orb as well, but it does not much of anything. Maxter picked up that Mega, though, and now we're going to turn our sights to that lower heavy, and it's not going to be something Rafa's going to even try to go for. He gives it to Maxter. He's got to fight against that stack yet again.
Rafa has done a phenomenal job so far of always having that first shot, that first rail. That bit of opening damage that even if you have a stack advantage against him, it's really nothing he can't, equalize almost straight away. Now, as I say that, we did start this fight by Maxter hitting a return shot, but it will be Rafa in position for both the Mega, and it kind of looks like the Heavy as well. Now, they've had plenty of time to work with all map long, but now time's running out, and I can hear all of these reactions, man. There's so much map awareness in these positions.
Oh
Shots! What?
God, not only the frag catch-up, but there's got to be some level of satisfaction watching your opponent's orb go in the complete opposite direction as you. Yes, it was for an escape, but you know that it's down. You've got another window of opportunity coming off that. In fact, he lands one more conversion frag. Peeker's looking like, I want a piece of the action, and unfortunately can't get the job done, but does set Rafa up for potentially a 3 frag lead as we are about to hit the 1 minute warning here in just a moment, and how quickly it turned. And certainly a patient Rafa, but turned into somewhat of a beast as the moon turns full and he transforms. Maxter's played amazing, but I think Rafa has just been showing, he's been letting his emotion guide some of this game.
And Maxter was well and truly trapped near Tri-Bolt and just caught in the wrong part of town there. Has 3 frags to make up, but make that 4 with how things are currently going. The orb's going to give him the best chance he can, but you've just spawned with a machine gun. You've got nothing else to work with. You are done. And so will this first map be. Rafa taking map number 1 here. The hard-fought battle it certainly was. Maxter was able to really keep Rafa on the edge of his seat the entire time over. And if this is just how things are going to start, then definitely safe to say I'm looking forward to the rest of these maps. But it is Rafa's just efficiency, I think, is the right word to use here, because the start of that map was a little bit sloppy from Rafa. We knew what he wanted to do, so the strategy was there, but he just missed way too many rails. It's as simple as that. But then off the back of that, everything started to kind of work a bit more like a machine. And the second that happens, Rafa looks pretty unstoppable.
I completely agree. And I mean, looking at the rail percentage, Rafa started off a little shaky, got himself up to about 47% there to Maxter's 39. We saw a lot of great rails from Maxter. In fact, that's where some of his frags came from. But, it was Rafa that was eventually able to turn this around. And there was definitely some moments there where it looked like Maxter might be able to really start stacking up on his lead. There were some amazing Dire Orb plays, super well done, but as Rafa chipped away at that lead, he really found his own lane and went as fast as he possibly could. Absolutely great matchup there between these two, but Rafa does end up taking it 12-7. I think that game was a little bit closer than that one, but Rafa really turned it up in the last 2 minutes.
And a little bit of time for some reflection, because although that was a rather explosive map number 1, one would think that map 2 is going to be even more so, because it's going to be Blood Covenant, the Battle of the Lights, but not just any lights, Athena and Slash. So get ready for some rather high-speed games, I imagine, especially with Rafa on the side of Slash on a map like this. I mean, if you're someone like Rafa, you've been playing this map for most of your life, I would imagine, even if it's a bit different in Quake Champions.
Yeah. I mean, it is different, but it's also the same, right? It is fundamentally some big changes. Yeah, it's there's still limited choices and routes and where you can go and whatnot, and so yeah, I would say pretty much his entire life. Obviously starting in Quake 3, of course, but it's also one of the reasons why I just still enjoy watching this map. Quite good, and this is going to be an interesting one. I gotta say, I'm a little worried for Maxter. I really want to see him kind of sort of bring that A-game Athena that we were hoping to see last week, but he's still playing solidly. Like, the core mechanics that Maxter brings to the table are looking pretty good. Rafa, he's got the consistency also going on there too, so we kind of expect that that's what we'd see out of him. But Maxter certainly did not let Rafa push him over or around at all, so let's see what he might be able to do here on Blood Covenant.
I'm just looking at the player, champion, and map combination, and everything is working out here for Rafa, especially seeing as he's nicely warmed up off the back of map 1, where at the start, a little bit inconsistent with the aim, and that just started to tighten up almost within a matter of minutes. Now we're looking at Slash on this map. Maxter is going to have to bring that A-game, otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult for him. Now we're checking things out through Maxter's point of view first. I'm looking at it through Rafa's side, and he is already dancing all around the map. That bonus rail doesn't quite hit its mark, but if it did, Maxter would have been in a world of hurt as he's still trying to get all of his important weapons together. Does not have an LG so far, but right now, not feeling like it's going to be an LG fight up until we get close range. We were exchanging rails all the way and actually making more rails and a rocket out of nowhere.
the rain, the rocket rain, and a couple of beautiful rails snuck in there, gonna grapple to get some momentum. And, you know, again, so far, I see Slash for sure, and yes, we've seen some grapples, but again, this is a situation where Maxter's just playing phenomenally, right? Hitting those shots that he needs to hit, being in the right position. Let's see what happens as it continues to work out here, but so far, so good, and Maxter just looking for another opportunity there. He didn't actually get that light. That's unfortunate there. He circles back to grab it, but that's okay. There's a heavy waiting there for him. So's Rafa. He's going to grapple up to the top, and a second grapple. The LG locking in, and he cannot chase after that trail, and so kind of failed attempt there. Neither player gaining much ground.
Bit of an unusual fight, that one. Oh, that rocket hurt! And that pre-death scream, I mean, I'm certain Rafa heard that, so he's going to know that Maxter is unbelievably weak. But yeah, I mean, up in the tunnels near rocket launcher, fired about 2 or 3 rockets, and it felt like not a single digit of damage was dealt. That's a very uncommon situation. However, Maxter, with 1 frag in the lead and these 2 items, looks like we're going to trade them across, but I'm just keeping in mind this is Slash we're talking about. The ability to pick up an item and slide all the way across to the next one. If it's Mega that you got first, you always have to respect it, and Maxter, lovely shots, able to turn this one around. And this is the exact kind of high-octane matchup we expected to see. Maxter gets a frag, okay.
I mean, yeah, those rails, he is just, his reactions are just out of this world right now. Those 2 rails to then let him finish up with the LG, just beautifully done. And I'm surprised, right? Because usually you're just... Slash is going to be pretty hard to hit. She's just, you know, she's just top gunning it around the map. But so far, Maxter's dealt with it quite well. I think he's actually not necessarily saying, I don't need to match your speed. I just need to, you know, be ready to deal with your speed. And there's another one, another rail coming out. He's going to stick with this, try to land it. Unfortunately, he can't, but that's exactly what is getting him ahead in this game, is just slowing it down a little bit, let him know where Rafa's going to be, hitting the beautiful shots like that one right there. And is there another one in his pocket? There is. The 3rd frag going up for Maxter. Damn.
Perfect play. Doing enough opening damage and making the perfect prediction that Rafa's going to jump down and take that light armor. Exactly what happened here. But able to save enough damage. Oh, that rail would have been absolutely disgusting, but couldn't quite land it. The Mega's about to spawn. I mean, Maxter, you're running out of time to get a kill shot, and unfortunately is not able to do the job. Rafa gets away with the Mega, but only just. That was a bit too close for comfort, I think, if you're in Rafa's situation.
I mean, these just like turn the corner single pixel shots from Maxter with his rail are just out of this world. Just phenomenal. Now, Rafa still going for it yet again. Gets caught with the LG into the center of the map. And then another very easy cleanup for Maxter with that shotty. Been controlling vials well. Obviously, you know, Trailed isn't really doing much in these matches anyway, and that's fine. A little bit of zoning, but it hasn't really made a difference, right? You can just grapple to wherever you need to potentially go. But almost halfway through this map catch up, and you know, Rafa, unlike the last game, sure, he might have been down a little bit, was able to kind of find an opportunity to make something happen, and then right, executed on that. But so far, hasn't taken that first step in terms of being able to lock out Maxter and start building up a lead here.
I'm liking Rafa's decision-making there. He knows that he's going up against an Athena here, so your chance to get what we would normally consider bonus damage off that jump pad, it's just not going to happen with Athena because she can just grapple away. So instead, Rafa, I'm not even going to try and challenge that. I'm going to back up, I'm going to take the heavy, I'm going to try and set up for the next fight because this isn't a fight that's worth it. However, sliding across, and now it is his opportunity to take away this Mega and keep a rather impressive stack. However, 4 frags down, and just unable to hit those rails against Maxter. Maxter's been hitting almost everything.
There's a big opportunity. So Rafa comes in, LG, but just can't get it done. Maxter's there, answering every single shot with a shot of his own, and now it's who can land the rail. His opponent drops down, Rafa lands it, throws out a trail. It's going to kind of block Maxter in the back, but he gets bounced up with a rocket and still manages to get the frag. He's very, very low. Rafa's looking for it. No, he misses the rail. That would Actually, it wouldn't have. He picked up the Mega, so it won't matter. But he had the right idea there. Maxter, though, this lead, Ketchup, that gets real scary here on this map if that gets any higher and you hit that 6-minute mark, because Athena can do some running of her own.
These defensive shots from Maxter, they've been on the money almost every single time, and it's not the damage I'm talking about, it's the knockback. Even then, Rafa pushes up the jump pad. Maxter positions a rocket so well that it pushes Rafa way off course. That super shotgun did basically nothing because he was probably not even in that line of sight anymore. Maxter's slow play. Weird saying slow play as Athena, but it has been phenomenal. Rafa has been unable to catch him. Normally Slash is the one that's in charge here, but I guess this just goes to show the strength of Athena in the hands of someone like Maxter on a map like this. Just, I'm not used to seeing someone outspeed a Slash. You just don't see it.
Yeah, and it's like in a different way, right? It's really unique how he's playing here, and Rafa just moments ago had full item control here, but it didn't matter. I think Maxter had superior positioning. He's hitting all of his rails. Rafa's trying to match him and go toe-to-toe, but Maxter has just been adapting so very well. So another exchange here. Both players incredibly low. Maxter's going to drop down and go ahead and just say, get out of here. And that's the right play. At this point in time, he's in a great position to potentially close this game out. And maybe even with a scoreless Rafa, which is just something that you don't see very often. And that's not even the game plan. The game plan is just to win. But he's set up and in a position to do just that.
Now there has been a rather significant elephant in the room, and that's just Rafa's rail has not been able to hit its mark. Now again, that's very much an element of just Athena. She's so slippery that hitting her with a rail is incredibly difficult, even with players of this caliber. However, we're still looking at 17% rail. 5 hit out of 28 fired, and then you combine that with the fact that Maxter's rail has been phenomenal given the difficulty of a lot of these shots, whether it's the small hitbox of Slash, the fact that he only has a split second to land it because in the blink of an eye she's out of there. You've got someone that's hitting almost every rail versus someone that is struggling to hit a single one, and that, in this kind of matchup, is just going to be a recipe for disaster, Marcus.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2 minutes now. And I'll tell you what, from a momentum perspective, it'd be a pretty big blow for Rafa to go scoreless here. You look at the damage right now, and Rafa's only done 1,600 damage to Maxter's 3,000, and that is just not usually a damage ratio that you see. Rafa very low again. He goes down, and Maxter extends his lead even further, making it lucky number 7 frag. With 90 seconds left to go, Rafa now is in I'm mad mode and throws another frag into the hands of Maxter. The final minute's about ready to roll up on us, Ketchup, and pretty decisive victory coming out here for Maxter.
And it's just going to be going through the rest of this map, really. It's a done deal. There's no way Rafa's going to be able to make a comeback in this short time. A map this size, the evasive tools of Maxter, I mean, it can't be done. And I'm going to be honest, I cannot remember the last time I saw Rafa go scoreless on a map. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention or something, but this kind of a defeat for Rafa, even on a single map, really good for Maxter. And a chance for Rafa to think, right, okay, final map it is. It's time to knuckle down. Do or die, you know.
Dude.
Maxter would love a win like this. 10-0, are you kidding me?
0. I mean, let alone a double-digit game, right? So I can't remember Ketchup, and I mean, I got old man brain, so don't expect to. But I mean, let's just say it does not happen very often, and that is why it is so difficult. I'm sure someone is going to say, oh, well, there was this one. It was like 3 weeks ago, you idiots. It's like, oh, I'm sorry about that. But let us know. Yeah, I have no idea, but here we go in the 10 seconds. Maxter holding on to it. It'd be a big blow and big momentum push for Maxter to take it down. And there it is, 10 to the big old goose egg. An unbelievable map from Maxter on Athena. I don't even feel, again, like, I don't necessarily go, oh my gosh, Ketchup, that Athena was so amazing. It was just that Maxter is playing amazing. His Athena didn't make any mistakes, which is probably the most important thing. But, you know, I think everyone's like, oh, Rafa Slash, okay, something's going to happen here. But no, it was just the Maxter show, period.
Max to hit a whole bunch of his rails, and Rafa, with the way things were going, kind of just needed his rail to be able to keep up with it, and that's just not what we saw. But Rafa's going to know that better than anyone. I assume we're going to have some kind of maybe a client restart or something just to make sure that he's fresh and ready for the next map. So no doubt we're going to have to take a little bit of time here as we load into map 3. But it was the rail. The rail was the game changer.
Yeah.
And it was a combination of someone that's not really hitting much of them at all versus Maxter, who's just going ballistic. So
I like, got a shout out here from chat. Z_D_K says, points well lost. Great play from Maxter. That's a humble loser right there. So, gracious way to lose those points. But Maxter, just performance-wise, I mean, I didn't catch what the final damage was. I think it was like 3,800 for Maxter to maybe Rafa's like 23. It was pretty clear from the game that we were watching that, yes, Maxter was doing most of the damage. But from a champion perspective, Slash just kind of got outplayed, right? That's just a great way to go into our third map, which is going to be Awoken. Now, Rafa's going to be on the Nyx, and Maxter will be on the Sorlag. So, I think it was Dan who mentioned that he thinks that could be tough for Rafa. That's going to depend on how the Sorlag deals with the Nyx. Rafa is going to have both offensive and defensive use of that Ghost Walk. I kind of like Sorlag's movement on Awoken, so we'll have to see how this is going to play out. But I'm still blown away. I still cannot believe we're looking at the screen and it's a 0-0-10 in Game 2.
Well, looks like a restart has happened, and we have both players now in our lobby, so it won't be too long until we jump into our final map of the day, folks. Come on. Make sure you're getting involved. Get involved in social media, hashtag Quake Pro League. Let us know what players you want to see do well here, because, I mean, we don't have a huge amount of time, Wheat, until finals.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
These closing weeks that we have here in Pro League, it gives us that last little inch, I suppose, of information. And then before then, lots of community activity, as there always is for Quake. You know, you've got to shout out the scene for all the hard work they do for various territories around the world, and an opportunity for a lot of these players to just keep their practice nice and clean in between the obvious scrims. You know, all of these players, almost every single one of them, will be doing some kind of stream activity. You can always check it out on various services that people, they're streaming their practice. They're taking it really seriously, you know. I was even seeing Toxic streaming the other day, you know. I haven't seen Tox play in a hot minute, and it was great to see him again. But looks like we're loading into our final map here. So I guess our last minute analysis here is that Rafa is going to have to play this one very carefully. He's going to know that better than anyone else. Light versus heavy on the best of days is going to be difficult because it's more punishing, isn't it? But if Rafa has it in him to play clean, of which, come on, it's Rafa, we know he can. I'm very, very keen on seeing how things go here.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a mental reset after that one, too. It's one thing to lose a match, right? It happens to the best of us, period, in the story. But that was definitely a crushing match. So can we see full reset coming out here by Rafa? Well, we're about to find out. He is going to get to spawn over near the Mega. Try to get some initial tri-bolt damage off, but that is not really going to work out. So, you know, Maxter, gosh, has got to be feeling good about that game. Already we see the Ghost Walk come out here, catch up. I'm not sure if that was like a, you know, almost a I'm just going to play safe rather than sorry type the deal.
Sure
but
it was.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was, right?
But the damage and the situation that could have come from that is not something that Rafa even wanted to risk dealing with. And okay, we're off to a pretty decent start. Yes, he took that defensive rocket and actually faking out the double jump there, able to catch Maxter a little bit slipping with that opening rail. But as long as he's got a rail and an LG and a Ghost Walk locked and loaded, Rafa can do what he needs to do here. And this damage on Maxter has been phenomenal, and he's just so patient. He just sits and waits for him to come around that corner. And this is why I haven't been particularly worried about this matchup, because Rafa, he knows what he needs to do.
He really does. I mean, look at that. Great patience right there. He'll Ghost Walk again. I think that was playing it safe. He has hit a very, very nice drill. He was just 66%. He's now at 55%. Max was actually at 66%, but only a couple of shots gone out there. But those first 4 that Rafa hit were incredibly important to getting on the board right away. Rafa now just trying to figure out how he is going to, stretch the lead and or control a little bit more. He's playing patient. He's exchanging with Maxter. Maxter finally landing a rail of his own. Their Mega is up. And I would expect that this little area right here is going to be the area that these two will fight for contention over throughout the entire matchup. Rafa knows exactly where his opponent is, misses that rail going around the side, puts himself back into position. Ghostwalk is up again. Will we see any offensive use of it? I'm not sure that Rafa feels comfortable enough to go that way, but we'll have to wait and find out.
Well, actually, it's funny you should mention that because it looks like he's done just that towards the Mega, but actually, his opponent, Maxter, is nowhere to be seen. So, Rafa, I think what we're seeing is absolute playing it safe, not taking a single risk. That Ghost Walk to push in, although didn't really need to be needed, obviously, I don't think he regrets using it because on the off chance that Maxter was there, it would have been important to have that element of surprise, especially if he has perfect timing on these items. However, speaking of which, Heavy, no doubt, has been picked up by Maxter, so Rafa's going to have the maths in his mind. He's going to have a fair idea. Now he is in position. Yo, that clutch wall jump to dodge the rocket was absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
And Rafa takes a second frag. That wall jump was unbelievable.
I mean, perfectly executed and able to clean it up, right? Shift modes and go immediately into attack mode. And then uses that Ghost Walk. Very, very smart. Another direct rocket coming out and Maxter in the danger zone. The Tri-Bolt are coming out. Oh, that is map awareness and aim combined to have a baby right there. He knew exactly what his opponent was going to be doing. He flips around the corner, lands that shot. It's not an easy one. 3-0 as Rafa's changed things up completely. Catch up in this game.
The pure utility of how Rafa is applying all of this Nyx. I mean, just being able to use the wall jumps for the fights, the Ghost Walk when necessary, but even then, the fact that he's just so confident in what Maxter is going to do off these items that it is the next layer of item play, isn't it? It's not just a matter of seeing an item, picking up an item. It's, is my opponent going to take it? If it's so unlikely they're going to, well, why don't I just head them off first, get some damage, get a frag, and then I'll back up and take the item. It's what this high level of Quake is all about. Outside the box, always.
We've got Heavy about ready to come up. Rafa looking like he wants to attack this one. Already doing a ton of damage. Easy cleanup. No, he does get a lot of LG damage, but it's not going to be enough. His opponent now right below him. And, well, he doesn't have too many places to go, but Rafa's going to actually back up and give that one up. I feel like he definitely could have pressured there, but there's also no reason to, right? So his decision to make, and he's going to try to block Maxter off in the back here. He will eventually get that frag, so probably a pretty good decision. He's still maintained a theme here, Catch Up, which is I'm going to be playing a little bit safer. We had the one offensive Ghost Walk. I think that was just to try to get both of those major items, but overall, I still think he is playing with a little bit of caution in his step.
But even then, that Ghost Walk just to safely approach the Mega, forcing Maxter to retreat and respect it, gives the item up completely. And Maxter has been on the back foot this whole time. Now, you talk about the difference between light versus heavy, and how it is often seen by quite a few people to be a bit of a risk. Yeah, the heavies are going to be easier to hit and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, the margin for error is so much smaller with a champion like Nyx, because if something doesn't go right, you're now completely defenseless. But Rafa has not made one single significant mistake in the 5.5 minutes, and you just look at how overbearing he has been across all of Maxter through this map.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but you almost feel like I'm watching something that's like, oh, you're going to beat me 10-0? Well, I'm going to beat you 15-0 is like the way that Rafa is playing right now. Not really giving Maxter an inch here. And I think he's still got to be cautious. I think you give Maxter any sort of room and he can set up some plays in this matchup. He hasn't played as good as we feel like we saw him in the second two maps, but Rafa stepped up his game and he's got to match it.
However, at the same time, Maxter once again has been relegated to the parts of the map he very much would rather not be in. And Rafa, an aggressive push. Maxter's in big trouble, and again 8-0. And there's not much of the map either. This is a hard ask for Maxter to be able to somehow miraculously pull this one out. I'm going to take a look at the stats. I'm looking at 1,600 now, 1,800 for Maxter because of the rocket damage. But that's basically 3,300 for Rafa. It's been some insane levels of damage at the moment.
Yeah, everything's working out right for Rafa. It's even more scary that he can play kind of, you know, defensively per se, or safer, and still have a score line like what we're seeing. Maxter out for blood, not going to let it happen, and he does put himself on the board with one, saying nice try, but I got to walk away with some dignity here. And we got about 3 minutes left to go. Maxter on the board, but it was not in a position to be able to necessarily convert off of that one. So Rafa will manage to get away as Maxter tries to hunt down, figure out, is there even a game plan to try to win this one? Unfortunately, I think it'd be tough to do.
There were more of this opening damage, the aggressive ghost walk. Goodbye, Maxter. Ooh, never mind, he escaped. He survives for just a little bit, but Rafa's going to be happy because, again, it's been a consistent theme with his Ghost Walk towards Mega. Not using it to immediately appear on it, kind of like what we would see a few years ago. You know, people would try and time it to appear on the item, kind of like on the frame that it appears. Rafa's happy to use it early, and he wants to make sure that you've seen him use it, because you're going to run away, which means that he gets to just sit there pretty, and he's just stolen it away without really having to do anything. It's a great strategy.
That's exactly what he's done several times, in fact, during this matchup. So less than 2 minutes to go. Rafa, I think those that put their points and predictions on Rafa, I think are going to be safely sleeping with those points tonight. So, I mean, 90 seconds, nothing's going to happen. This series overall, right, I do think that this particular game is not indicative of what we've actually seen. This isn't Maxter's best performance here, but you look back at the last two games, and I would say we saw a pretty incredible performance. Fortunately, Rafa is able to bring it back. So, sorry if LG is busted. Yeah.
They've been apologizing to each other the entire set.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know what can be done now, but I think Rafa's going to have a sigh of relief. I think for Maxter fans out there, maybe some level of disappointment, but I would say don't be. The performance that we've seen here by Maxter is definitely praiseworthy. And even though he might suffer the series loss, how many other players catch up can say, I beat Rafa 10-0 on Blood Covenant?
I mean, we were just talking before that map began, how long that map's been played, right?
Yeah.
Across multiple Quakes, longer than a lot of people in the gaming space have actually been alive. You know, maybe that's just a Quake thing. We're all getting old now. By 10:30 this year, what the hell happened? Anyway, 20 seconds left to go, and it will be Rafa taking this overall series win, but a great, fantastic showing from Maxter. That can absolutely be agreed. And as like we said, we've been saying this throughout the course of the day, we don't have a lot of these weeklies left, and then it's all about the build-up to the official World Finals. That is where things get heated, right? That's where all the training starts to pay off. So any kind of map win, series win, whatever it is, it matters because it gets you hungry, it gets you prepared for what's eventually going to be the most important tournament of your life so far, right? So
absolutely,
that whole year's worth of action is gonna come out in some way, isn't it?
Yeah, and given the contenders that we have going into the championship, right? No one is playing a flawless game here, which is awesome, right? I would expect that we are going to have an unbelievable championship given how these players have played all season, finally coming back together in order to battle it out on land. So let's bring ZSX back to get his thoughts on that matchup and ask him the question. ZSX, do you remember the last time that you ever saw Rafa take a 0 on a map?
No. Why have I shrunk? I look like a midget.
Also,
I've never seen. I can't even think back to Quick Live days. The last time I saw Rafa lose that badly, it was probably against someone like Cypher on form. So it's very rare but it only reminded me of that famous Mike Tyson quote, which is, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. That's exactly what happened. He knew what he wanted to do, and then Rafa Maxter just hit everything, and Rafa really didn't know what to do. So full credit to Maxter, and he had to obviously reinforce that amazing aim with the right strategy and the right play style and not overcommit. So he did everything perfectly. I actually thought he should have won map 1 as well. I thought he played phenomenal, but credit to Rafa to stick in it and forge a comeback. But Maxter absolutely dominated for large periods of that map. And obviously, I think map 3 is just don't make Rafa mad. You could tell he was mad in the way he was playing, and he was just staring at corpses. And I also really like what you said, Ketchup, and it was true. I was thinking it, like the alpha way he was using Ghost Walk. He would just fire, run at Max to Ghost Walk, and just stand there and say, "If you want to fight, I'm here, bitch." And Max
he wanted you to see it. It was such a power play.
Yeah, it was, and Max just couldn't do anything from start to finish. I said, Nyx can struggle if she gets behind, and she never once got behind. Rafa just absolutely dominated that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of mentioned it, but it's worth just saying, look, it's incredibly hard to take a loss like that and then just come back and completely decimate, your opponent in the final game. I can't understate just the swings that you deal with mentally in a series like that, and it really just does go to show an element that exists, and Rafa's been a champion for so long. It's still mind-blowing, even though I know that he's been doing it for a very long time, because that kind of thing would make me mad, and I am unable to snap out of it on any level, right? But that's why these are the professionals playing in the QPL, and I'm just a guy that gets mad. But it's always incredible to see, no matter what.
Well, everyone at home, it's been a really fun day, actually. We've had some absolutely phenomenal games, and those final 2 gave us really exactly what we were hoping for. The Wenger versus CNZ was just unbelievably ridiculous. It was nice kind of seeing chat the whole way, because everyone was very much on the edge of their seat for that one. And then finishing things off with just taking it in turns for destruction, I suppose, and that Maxter versus Rafa series. But just taking a look at a quick recap here, Xenoku took it over Dramis in, I would say, dominant fashion, but the maps were very much here or there. It was just Xenoku who took the overall, that last little play that mattered the most. Nosfer and Chain, that was very, very close. CNZ and Wenger, I mean, we've just seen that one. That was potential for series of the day, in my opinion. And then Rafa versus Maxter to finish things off. But everybody, I'm really sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it is all we have time for today. Just to keep everyone in the loop, we've been doing this all year round, and it's not long now until the finals where everything is going to come together. So I think I speak for all of us to say we're really, really excited for that. But we do have to say goodbye. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you, ZSX. Get well soon, mate. DJ Wheat, pleasure to have you here as always. Thanks very much to everyone involved in the show, the viewers, the players, the hard work in production behind the scenes. There's not enough thanks to go around. There never is. My name's Ketchup. You're watching Quake Pro League. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Much love, and take care.